Well, alright, we should be live. What's gaming, gamers? Technical difficulties are what's gaming. I didn't have my microphone plugged in, so rookie mistake. I'm like, why isn't OBS picking up my audio? Looks at microphone, sees the lights out. But anyways, uh coming at you live with more Hearts of Iron 4 for the Kaiserreich mod. Kaiserreich just had an update adding new content for Russia. So that is what we're doing today. Just did a Russia playthrough in vanilla, and now we're going to do a Russia playthrough in Kaiserreich. So it's like poetry, it rhymes. With that being said, let me make sure that it's picking up the game audio. Yeah, Russian Republic. So it starts with Boris Avankov. Oh, wow, that's a lot. For those of you who don't know, Kaiserreich is a mod for Hearts of Iron 4, which is set in the timeline where Germany wins World War I, essentially. 2 decades ago, the Russian Empire was shattered, and the old world with it. The White Army marched through blood and ice, and from this victory came the Russian Republic. What began as a beautiful vision of a free Russia descended into chaos, until in 1934 the legendary terrorist Boris Savinkov rose to power. As the military grows ever restless and the opposition mounts their final defense against the creeping dictatorship, the Vlad's position is as uncertain as can be. Russia, resurgent and confident, is seeking to carve out her rightful place in the new world that is emerging. Yeah, and then I'll highlight over Savinkov, so if you want to read all that, I guess I can go ahead and read this. The Vaz, plus 5% political power gain. How can one describe Boris Viktorovich Savinkov, the Vaz of the Russian people? He's been called many things: a Nietzschean type of man, amoral, clever, and cynical, a terrorist of a bygone era, the quote knight of terror after his own writings, a spineless hedonist, gambler, and womanizer, a vain and hypocritical opportunist, deluded into thinking he is fulfilling some brand of cosmic vision. He's a man of extremes. What he loves to the end, and what he hates just as passionately. All the myth surrounding his person is in no small part thanks to his own writings and the fanatic followers he has the ability to inspire. The Savinkov family was a well-off middle class, with young Boris growing up in Warsaw, where his fascination with the revolution began. The path he walked to its logical extreme, through years of terrorism, war, and finally all the way to the Kremlin. He successfully remade himself from a revolutionary terrorist into an ideologue and the leader of the Northern Volunteer Army. By the end of the Civil War, many followed him into the Union for the Defense of the Motherland and Freedom, an organization dedicated solely to Russia's messianic fate to restore it with blood no matter the cost. To his followers, he is a man to spark inspiration and adoration, promising a vision of the Third Russia, and no other politician in Russia dared to promise around this vision of an entirely new form of nation. The ideology of national neurotism was founded on the same principles as those of Savinkov, the heroic death, and the beauty of new dawn after the darkness. Oh, hello, the Senate. Yep, we're playing the Kaiserreich Russia update. And then, yeah, we got some entrenched political opposition. Well, let's go ahead and just get into the game here. And I do play with some custom game rules, so I will say, performance hasn't been too bad. So basically, new game rules, I'm going to turn off divisions for everybody, because turning it off for just the player can really weaken the AI, especially since we've got so many majors. So this should be fine. We'll see how much I regret doing this. Player primacy is also basically player-led peace conferences, a state transfer tool just in case we need it. Our previous French Republic game shows how sometimes you might want that. Everything else. Oh, and then pro tip also just in vanilla, I recommend if you're ever messing around with if you're like having trouble with ugly peace conferences, I usually find that this faction members to faction leader and redistribute low scores generally helps there be a little bit less border gore and peace deals. Just a little bit. Yeah, and then everything else is just default. So many country game rules. All right, apply. And, wait, shoot, that's right. Also, yeah, it's not used in Kaiserreich, yeah. Do not want that. All right, and now we're good to go. Russian Democratic Federative Republic. Russia has suffered. The Great War saw an unstable autocracy give way to an unstable republic, far finally collapsing the fratricidal horror of the Russian Civil War. The White Army would ultimately defeat the Bolsheviks after 7 long blood-soaked years. The New Republic was mutilated, having lost a third of its population and half of her industry in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, with even more destruction caused by the Civil War. The wartime diarchy of General Lavar Kornilov and Admiral Alexander Kolchak gave way to a civilian government in the Constitution of 1922, which created the Russian Democratic Federative Republic. The military would maintain their pervasive influence, with Kornilov remaining as the de facto most powerful man of the Republic, but still Russia was more free and hopeful than she had ever been. What followed was a decade of liberal rule by the Constitutional Democrats, the Cadets, and the Socialist Revolutionaries, the Essaires. Much was done to improve the livelihood of the common Russian, but idealism and good intentions could only carry one so far. Just as Russia was recovering, the economic shock of 1925 forced Russia to grant even more economic rights to Germany in the Vilnius Agreement. While the economy was growing, it was unstable and unequal. The Fengtian conflict in 1928, a railway dispute turned into a small war in Manchuria, and in disappointment and failure. The ultranationalist SZRS was making electoral gains, and the specter of complete collapse of order was prompted by the New Year's Putsch of 1929 by General Vasily Volodyev, which ended in failure, and despite good intentions, only became another blow against Russian democracy. The terrible years of the 1930s saw economic turmoil and political violence, culminating in the rise of Boris Savinkov and his Zvodboniks. I'm sorry, guys, it's going to be rough with pronouncing these. In the 1934 election, for the last 2 years, Russian democracy has been fighting a desperate fight like the volunteer army in the steppe of Kuban. Rallied around Viktor Chernov and fortified in the State Council Supreme Court, the opposition bloc has been fighting Savinkov's attempts at finalizing dictatorship. In the shadows, General Kornilov eyes Savinkov with increasing distrust and fear, but the struggle is increasingly futile. Day by day, the hydra of national populism strangles Russia tighter. The legacy of the White Army. We are leaving for the steppe. We can only return if there is God's grace, but we need to light a torch so that there is at least one bright point among the darkness that has engulfed Russia. With these words, General Alexiev's few hundred volunteers left Novocherkassk, led by Lavar Kornilov and Mikhail Alexeyev. Generals who had once commanded millions began their battle against the Reds with a force scarcely able to hold a single town. Fate, or at least the First Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, intervened. With huge swaths of Russia's former empire carved away by the Central Powers, Bolshevik power and legitimacy were weakened. Czechoslovak Legion revolted, breathing life into Siberia's white resistance, which together would liberate much of Siberia. Battle lines were drawn between Russia's white periphery and red interior. Both forces fought in the uneasy shadow of Germany. The Reds had been driven back by the Kaiser's armies, but the Whites found new, if distasteful, opportunities. The Whites' loose leadership of Lavar Kornilov, Alexander Kolchak, and Boris Savinkov all declared their loyalty to the Entente. This was a difficult fiction to uphold. France and Britain were collapsing. The few troops they had on Russian soil were mutinous. No papers were signed or speeches given. When the right promises were made, German supply lines began to roll into White stations. As the Whites coalesced, the Bolsheviks were instead struck by disaster. The assassination of Vladimir Lenin at the hands of the left SR in August 1918 cut the heart out of the Bolshevik government. Meanwhile, White counteroffensives in 1919 succeeded in linking many of the disparate fronts on political unification under Alexander Kolchak as supreme leader. Increasingly demoralized, starving, and beset by peasant revolts, the noose would tighten around the Bolsheviks before finally closing at the dawn of 1921. The last Bolshevik ship steamed from Arkhangelsk. Victorious Whites were met with a final degradation, the signing of the Second Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. Even victorious, Russia was left mutilated and indebted. We won, and yet we still lost. On the way to a third Russia, given the cruelty of Brest-Litovsk, opposition to it was fierce from the moment it was signed. Among the most vocal critics of peace was Boris Savinkov's leader of the Union for the Defense of the Motherland and Freedom, or simply the SZRS. As an anti-Bolshevik resistance group in 1918, the SZRS would rejoin the SRs at the Civil War's end before breaking off as an ultranationalist political party in 1924. Ferociously anti-German, the SZRS, or Zvodboniks, drew their support from peasants, students, and junior officers, but they remained a minor party. Savinkov's fortunes would soon change. The national catastrophes of 1916 Vilnius Agreement and war for the Chinese Eastern Railways in 1928 provided the perfect fuel for the Zvodboniks. Combat squads took law into their own hands, attacking those with communist or Germanophile sympathies, driving Russia into escalating orgy of political violence and even an attempt at an uprising by the peasants of Tambov. The government crackdown led to even more unrest until it culminated into a great electoral victory of the far right. the SZRS, and anti-monarchist SOR in the 1934 elections. The SZRS flaunts their hatred for democracy. To them, what so many Russian heroes fought and died for has been squandered by traitorous liberals and socialists, a sentiment that many veterans have come to share. They venerate militarism, nationalism, and violence. As the Voz Savinkov wrote, exceptional people, knights of terror, are needed. People are imbued by love of Russia and the indomitable will to shape Russia, ultimately world history. This near-messianic faith and Russia's great faith, Third Russia, is what makes any means allowed, all morals irrelevant. The Russian Republic is already built on millions of graves. What are a few more drops of blood in the ocean? Peace and bread. Peace, no matter how humiliating its terms, still gave Russia a much-needed opportunity to rebuild. The Constituent Assembly transitioned into an interim government, which in 1923 gave the newly declared Russian Democratic Federal Republic its first president, Alexander Guchkov. A coalition of SRs and cadets dominated the Duma and State Council's top priority was feeding the population through the controversial Razvyorska, a highly unpopular policy of grain seizure. The threat of famine declined, economic recovery turned instead to land reform and foreign investment. Under Minister Ivan Mikolov, the new economic reform achieved strong early results. Poor oversight of the land reform, the sudden collapse of the American economy in the 1925 Wall Street crash left Russia reeling. Faced with ballooning deficits, bankruptcies, and unemployment, Russia had little choice but to turn to Middle Europa. The German-Russian Trade and Credit Agreement, better known as the Vilnius Agreement, was signed on April 11, 1926. After months of negotiation, Germany granted a 500 million mark loan to Russia with options for further credit in return for most favored nation trade status and vast concessions to German industry. Paired with the mass selling of national land and further grain seizures, Further grain seizures, the Vilnius Agreement allowed the SR cadet government to save Russia's economy, but at a terrible price. Flush with German cash, Russia would stumble back to her feet as both Minister Mikolov and his successor, Pavel Berezhkin, had resigned. Russia's economic policy would be taken over by Nikolai Kondratyev, with the blessing of the newly elected SR President Nikolai Avksentiev. Konradiev deepened trade links abroad, but domestic attempts at subsidizing national industry and improving the lot of the peasantry failed for lack of political will and pervasiveness of German economic influence. All right. I don't think I need to click continue yet. Okay, so path guides. I don't know. Kind of just. Do we want to just do whatever? Because I have no idea what's going on in the. I haven't looked at any of the paths. So I'm kind of wondering, should I just go in blind and just see what happens? I'll take a peek at some path guides. Keeps Savinkov's regime intact by having popular anger below 8, military anger below 10. Oh yeah, because we have a bunch of mechanics we're going to have to... Shepherd of Nations have balanced power leaning towards the Solidaris and appoint Filonenko in the event Filonenko meets the Voz. You get Savior of the World. Get the Ideocratic Principle path. Let's see. So that's if popular anger and military anger below 5 or above 8. Use the third constitution decisions. Do not let the far left take over the party. Okay. This is a lot of stuff to keep track of. Whew. Okay, yeah, this is a lot. I don't know, we might just... If he keeps having coffee, get a trade called Horseman of the Apocalypse later. Oh, do it blind? Well, too late for that. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm basically going to be doing it blind, because, man, I can't keep track of all that stuff. Can't do that. We will see. I guess we got to do. Available as political advisor. Resistance target +1. Do we start with a... Oh, we do start with a intelligence agency. Oh, you can change the name. I didn't even know you could change the name of insignia. I guess that makes sense, though, if you're changing ideologies. Well, guess we'll just do the army one. Oh, yeah, sorry, national spirits. We've got entrenched opposition, blocked by weakened but powerful opposition, largely concentrated around one of the staunchest defenders of Russian democracy, Viktor Chernov. The opposition is to be broken. The man leading it will have to be dealt with in some way. German economic influence. This is the Treaty of Vilnius. This is the Vilnius Agreement, basically. So we start giving 30% of our civilian industry to Germany. We do get +8% research speed, though, so that's not terrible. Popular anger level of 2. Decades registering governments that not satisfy the people. And then military anger level 2. Upon the end of the Civil War, white generals were given permanent presence in politics. Pervasive check on Russian democracy, with white generals considering themselves the ultimate guarantors of stability. General Kornilov. Alright, so who do we have? So we've got Kornilov. Oh, man. +20% division recovery rate. Wow. Alright, you guys can pause on YouTube if you want to read all that, because I'm not going to read, I've done enough reading. Oh, hey, we also have Kolchak. And it must have changed the way a lot of these advisors work. You have Chernov. And then we have... so who do we replace? So we can replace... So Wrangel gives -5% supply consumption is pretty good. Markov... Plus 10% breakthrough into army XP gains pretty good, though. I don't know, we'll see. Then the third angel, whose rivers it became blood. And I heard the angel, righteous are you, O holy, for you've brought these judgments, for they spilled the blood of saints and prophets, and you've given them blood to drink as they deserve. Horsemen of the apocalypse. World tension... Oh, declares war on all socialist countries of the world. It can't have any possible ramifications. That must be wild playing as the AI. Alright, let's see what's our economic situation here. Okay, how many building slots do we have? 13. Not a ton of building slots. Or no states with a ton of building slots, I should say. Primarily built civilian factories for right now. Bunch of tank chassis. Okay, so we're gonna need probably 2 factories on trains should be plenty. Good amount of support equipment, good amount of towed artillery, trucks. Yeah, move that up. Anti-air. Layer to replace Kornilov. Yeah, I did get that from the tree at least, so. There's no point really building fighters early, because our early fighters aren't very good. What you're supposed to do. Yeah, I could figure. Let's see. Presumably gonna need a lot of infantry equipment. Let's look at our tanks and let me see, because I've got some ideas of what I want to do. Oh, this is an artillery roll. Interesting. Okay, well, I don't... Oh, yeah, SP artillery. Okay, this one has defense. It has the oh, we already have improved small cannon. Nice. Can I go ahead and slap? I don't have any. I don't have any. Mobile mechanized designer, huh? Interesting. Welded armor. I mean, this is not a bad tank overall. It's got 6 defense. I kind of like things with a little bit more defense, but yeah, I think we'll probably just produce this guy then early game, get some light tanks going because we're going to be doing. I think we'll do Space Marines with light tanks. So I think that's the BT7. So we'll go ahead and knock these guys out. Need some anti-air, probably not as much as these other ones. Thinking. I suspect we're going to need a ton of infantry equipment. Oh boy, navies. The most exciting part of Hearts of Iron 4. He's out call the first run since he's the easiest to manage. Oh, we'll see. I may just go with whatever seems like it makes sense in the moment. Oh, sweet. We at least have 4 research slots at the start. That's one of the rough things, that the Soviet Union only has 3 research slots at the start in vanilla. Turn my volume down a bit. And we're going to go pretty boring stuff early. Construction, basic machine tools. Start with 1926 medium, so I might... It's in... Oh, okay, so we actually don't start with the tech for improved small cannon research. All the special forces researched initially. Okay, yeah, so that initial tank one is actually really good. Experimental all-round naval archer. What? Oh, okay. Towed anti-air, air attack, soft attack, defense. That's interesting. How much soft attack does anti-air have, though? 3 late game, it goes up to 4, so it's not a ton. Reliability plus 15%. Production resource need plus 50%. Production efficiency gain minus 30%. Production efficiency cap minus 10% requirement per size up. Production efficiency cap. Production efficiency cap. Well, that production efficiency cap is plus 20%. It's wild. Towed anti-tank, reliability defense. Yeah, I mean, probably reliability defense. Build added doctor. What the heck? I didn't even know you could put that in there. Okay. Start nuclear research. Maybe we'll see. Yeah, I don't even know if I have the research facilities for that. Oh, like the atomic. Oh, I'm not researching the atomic thing though in 1940. Incrementally gain army XP when Obukov is assigned as a manufacturer to a new piece of equipment or when researching new equipment. That seems okay. Right now, this one seems incredibly busted. What does it? Production efficiency cap, vertical integration, reliability, hardness, camouflage, cutting corners. You get reliability for these things insanely high. What's this one? Breakthrough minus 2.5%. Build a rail line minus 2.5%. Add a supply hub. Bombardment. Railway guns. So this all seems like railway buffs. Alright, so these also give some big reliability bonuses, but this gives 10% soft attack, and it gives a lot of railway artillery bonuses, which I don't really use. Research speed soft cap by 25%. Will increase weekly research speed gain by plus 1%. Does this have to do with scientists? That can't be that I gain 1% weekly research speed. It can't be that I begin 1%. Let's be fast locomotive, machine building, since great work continue to be major. Okay, hold on. So I'm just confused by what this is. Trait points, the first available trait will be completed. So I assume the research speed is the research speed that the company gives. Okay, that's got to be like the research bonus increase. So this would let me research artillery, but researching artillery faster isn't that good. Like these ones give some. Okay, what soft attack bonus can I get for towed artillery from this? Plus 5%. But I fish to get minus 5%. That kind of sucks. Yeah, I feel like these are all better for the most part. I think. Because, again, research speed for just artillery is not that good. So I'm going to go with this one. Land warfare facility, tank special projects, artillery special projects. What am I feeling? Although this is all special wait, hold on. This guy's all special projects. Do a quick debug smooth for free performance. And, oh yeah, our army and our navy. And pick a guy with high logistics so we can, like, group everybody up okay. Nice thing is I assume I don't have to worry about, like, I don't think Kaiserreich really uses the border conflict system, so I don't need to deal with that as much. My planes! fleets, merge everybody. It's G to merge, yeah. And then I'll just put everybody in the Baltic like I did on the Soviet run. So these guys can go ahead and just start naval exercising. Okay, Savinkhov's regime used special tax propaganda to sway the citizenry, but ruling over Russia would be impossible without genuine support, at least passive acceptance. Revolution overthrowing, the result of which depends on military anger, is 5 or above. This is only possible for... Oh, so it just tells me what happens anyways. I could intuitively determine that military anger high results in a coup. Popular anger high results in a popular uprising. Any wars at the start of the game? Left KMT Civil War. Ah, yeah, but that doesn't actually do anything until later on. Oh, and then occupied territories. Oh, we do have some occupied territories, but I think these are all considered cores. Yeah, we have no resistance. Okay, and we're a local police force by default. Yeah, because Kaiserreich has you do local police force by default. Is that my most efficient division? No, my cavalry division's more efficient, although I bet my cavalry division probably has recon, so we'll have to change that later, but whatever. Should also go ahead and add a field marshal. Alright, we could probably start unpausing and letting the game roll. We're going to get, like, day 1 events also. Yes? No? Maybe? Oh, sweet! Logistics Wizard. I have no command power. Well, I guess if Kornilov retires, it won't really matter, but... Oh, this guy can't get through the straits, right? How about the rest of our... Like, these guys should be able to get there, yeah. But I think it's specifically our Black Sea fleet's trapped. Oh, well. Because there's no Montreux Convention or anything. Oh, there we go. 2 years ago, June of 1934, President Savinkov was elected to serve as the 5th president of the Russian Democratic Federative Republic. The election, which led to a Duma victory of the far-right coalition of the SZRS and SOR, was a consequence of 2 decades of disappointment and instability. Last nail in the coffin of President Vasily Maklakov's was opening negotiations with the Reichspakt over a loan meant to fund another set of land reforms, as the SZRS was promising. But it meant little, as the SZRS had an endless supply of insults to hurl towards the Cadet SR coalition: German lackeys, softness on socialists, failing peasant living standards, the humiliated Russia after military adventurism in the Far East. The moon 1934 was resigned and fearful. A month before the elections, a member of the SZRS combat squads had shot syndicalist Vyacheslav Volin for treason, and hundreds of left-wing activists and politicians were targeted as part of a campaign of fear, while law enforcement seemed slow and inefficient reacting. The SZRS's volunteers began guarding voting booths, especially in rural regions. Only the SOR's campaigning was left unhindered, even supported through tactical electoral alliances. In this environment of fear, many will progress were pushed to quit out of pressure and fear over their lives. Many voters did not dare go out fearing violence. Voter turnout was low, and it saw the old too tight cadets and SRs almost halved in their seat counts. The ZRS became the undisputed largest party. A month later, combined votes brought President Savinkov into office, and so it began. What division templates do I have? Oh. Observer Rights and Legation Council. Had this before. Please reserve a voice in Shanghai. Bunch of stuff for your foreign policy tree. Oh, that's good to keep in mind then. Short winter day is already ending in the Grand Kremlin Palace. Moscow, where debates in the upper house of the Duma have been ongoing all day. The thin majority behind the chairman of State Council, Viktor Chernov, had voted down the law on protection of the state initiated by the Digov government and already passed by the State Duma. Much legal text has already been muddied into vague rhetoric on empowering the police force to better hunt enemies of the public, but the opposition bloc held firm and refused to accept it with any amendments. Chernov has decried the law as something out of the police state now unfit for a democratic republic. Stubborn resistance by both parliamentary opposition and the Supreme Court has successfully opposed the SZRS. The free media, affiliated mainly with SZRS, has begun to spew virulent hatred against Chernov and his allies. The last criticism came from the chairman of the State Duma, Vasily Shulkin, who so widely circulated Duma speech and sellouts to Jewish and German business interests. Uh-oh. As usual. So I have, okay, there's a 16 width artillery division. What's my... Okay, last line. Got a situation for the very evening at Chernov's home. Viktor Mikhailovich, lighting the seventh cigarette, and stressful evening seemed to be losing hope. The Okhrana raid on party office in Petrograd led to the arrest of Kamkov and many other northern SRs. The ranks of the opposition were dwindling day by day under immense pressure from the reactionary Hydra. Strangling the Republic. It only seemed like a matter of time until Savinkov would gain absolute power. While drinking, Vladimir Richter, an old friend, tried to cope with the way to impeach the president, but the opposition simply denied the numbers. He had even suggested negotiating with the left for a general strike, even if it ended bloodily like the 1934 protests, and discreetly contacted exiled General Vasily Boldriev, who was living in Berlin. In the confines of his own home, the gramophone was playing loudly to drown out the sketch for petitioner listeners. Chernov spoke briefly of an officer from Kornilov's staff who discreetly met with him and proposed a military coup, or rather informed Chernov that if Kornilov goes through with it, he expects full support of the opposition. He had ended with no real agreement or trust on either side. Vladimir was thoroughly opposed to the idea, but admitted that it might be the only way the Republic can be saved at this point. Even so, it wouldn't matter if all that would happen in simply exchanging one tyrant for another. Not that they had the luxury of choice. I guess I should check, so... The American Ice March. Oh, okay, so that's if the, we will gain a targeted volunteer bonus based on which faction, which you support. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I'll want to start getting some divisions together in preparation for that. Ooh, big Mountaineer division. Let's have a Marine division. I mean, Mountaineers aren't as useful in America. Well, I guess they're useful for supporting, like, the PSA. Do I have Marines? I got some paratroopers. Alright, yeah, I definitely want to swap all these tanks just out for regular infantry, though. They use a lot less supply, also. Which, speaking of which, where's the supply problem? What's our truck situation? Alright, what happens if I... Alright, that fixes it for the most part. Where's Alexei? That's a good question, Ramon. Where is Alexei? Man, the Kremlin. The president was working late. His office was luxuriously decorated and classicist. The portraits of earlier presidents replaced by fathers of the Narodniks. Boris Viktorovich reacted little as he was listening to Chairman Minister Alexander Digov's explanation of the security situation. The Okhrana had discovered a rumor of a possible conspiracy in the military. But despite the director of security Klepakov's best efforts, nothing concrete was found yet. Boris lit another cigarette and briefly remembered how the two of them had set up temporary headquarters in a half-collapsed farmhouse in Shenkurst during the Civil War. Thought for a moment and ordered increased surveillance of the Stavka and especially of that Mongolian bastard. Alexander Arkadevich took to mean Kornilov himself. The president understood the equation was dangerous. The longer Chernov and Nabokov slowed down the consolidation of power, the more time disloyal elements of the military have to plot, and many in the army simply despised the Zavodniks as an unwashed mob, expected from the aristocratic morons who do not know life outside the barracks and palaces. Time will come eventually. For now, the priority is to destroy and exterminate every threat on the way to absolute power, and fate is on our side. Jess MacArthur. I mean, we'll see. I mean, if Landon or Garner get elected and they don't revolt, then MacArthur doesn't coup them, then that won't change. Then he won't be an option. At 1630, yesterday, 3 shots for Nagant revolt were echoed across Russia. Viktor Chernov, the head of the Socialist Revolutionary Party and the chairman of the State Council, was assassinated at the hands of a fellow party member. Nikolai Leonidov, a low-ranking SR functionary, shot Chernov in the chest 3 times at the stairs of the Grand Kremlin Palace, killing him instantly. The killer was wounded by the police before he could commit suicide. He was quickly transported to a hospital under heavy guard. Opposition bloc was thrown in disarray by the news. Next day, the deputy chairman, Cadet Nikolai Platonovich Vakar, took the reins, but his position was immediately under fire. He'd initially been chosen as a compromise to the right-wing opposition bloc. No one expecting Vakar to actually become the chairman. Now he is lauded as unacceptably right-wing conciliatory towards the SZRS, the Socialist Revolutionaries and the Radical Democrats, who have demanded their own man as Vakar's deputy. It became clear that Chernov was the linchpin of the opposition in the State Council, and had been his skill that kept the opposition unflinching. He often faced accusations of being too left for his own good. Chernov was in the bedrock of the Socialist Revolutionaries, as well as one of the leading architects of the Russian Republicans that exists today. With Chernov's corpse still not yet cold, some members of the opposition have already made public statements that indirectly accuse the SZRS, if not necessarily President Savakov himself, of being behind the killing, or at least allowing it through lax security. Chernov dies. Ooh, political advisor cost minus 40%. Well, unfortunately, I'm probably not going to have time to pick an advisor. Non-core manpower plus 30%. The problem is that's... Actually, I don't know if that's an additive modifier or a multiplicative modifier is the problem. Collapse of the opposition bloc. With Chernov's death, the opposition bloc has begun to disintegrate faster than journalists can write about it. In an extraordinary session of the SR Central Committee, the left wing was outvoted, and Vladimir Richter, formerly party secretary and Cherov's second-hand man, was elected as the new chairman of the party as a compromise candidate who managed to satisfy no one. Despite Richter's insistence on continuing Cherov's work, he has little trust in the left. After the vote, Maria Spiridonova of the left faction commented that the so-called Socialist Revolutionary Parties lost any connection with socialism, and furthermore with revolution, having decayed to nothing but old reactionaries who lost their ideals 15 years ago. Afterwards, the divide between left and right, which Chernov had only been able to bridge with great skill, split wide open. Those loyal to Spiridonova denounced the parliamentary path, which had failed, would instead move into active resistance with anyone who still has the spirit of socialist revolutionaries in their chests. Seeing the writing on the wall, more right-wing members of the opposition bloc are now eyeing compromise with the SZRS. The first one in defect was Nikolai Trubetskoy from the VPP, who declared the opposition bloc dead and called on conservatives to instead make peace with the more moderate forces of the SZRS. In mere days, the bloc has dissolved into chaos, fear, and repression, and little stands between Savinkov and his vision of the Third Russia. The dominoes fall. With the humiliating defeat in the Chinese Eastern Railway conflict in 1928 and subsequent chaos of the Bolshevik Putsch in 1929, winds of change blew through the Russian army, previously calcified after the victory of the Whites in the Civil War. Commander-in-Chief Levar Kornilov seized the initiative, launching an ambitious program of professionalization, modernization, and rearmament, influenced by the writings of reformist officers There's Nikolai Golovin and the young Colonel Yevgeny Mesner. Incompetent or politically involved officers were relieved. New equipment standards and development progress for tanks and aircraft established. A uniform modern tactical doctrine written by General Lieutenant Arseny Zaitsov implemented, and wide overhauls made to military education with an eye towards opening the officer corps to the lower classes, as well as the former Reds. In 1936, the Russian army stands as a force superior to any it borders, and yet that's not enough. Triumph over Germany in the coming war will require far more, and the timetable is short. However, the path forward is contested. On one hand, somewhat disfavored by Kornilov lies Nikolai Golovin, prominent reformist since even before the Great War in his neo-Suvorovian clique, such as Vasily Bronin and Sergei Nilov, who continue to advocate for ambitious reforms to the Russian command structure, comprehensive military scientific education, and a shift to a German-inspired mission-based decentralized command, all with the goal of matching or even beating German tactical performance. The other end is a new faction of officers colloquially known as the Black Epaulettes, headed by Civil War legend Sergei Markov and the theorist Yakov Slashyov and Yevgeny Mesner, who argue for continuation of the bold shock-based offensive attacks of the Civil War with a new focus on mechanization. Totalist Charter. Yeah, I've seen this before. So let me see. Can I see the military path? Science of Victory. Yeah, so I assume this is more like... I mean, so this also gives like a bunch of armor bonuses versus... reinforce rate plus 3% is pretty good. Armed Forces, experienced soldier loss, that's pretty good also. Coordination plus 10%? Coordination's really good. Army of Steel, Division Speed and Breakthrough. Close air support organization, damage artillery attack. Artillery attack plus 20%. Okay, Science of Victory. So this is interesting. Brigade size plus 1. So basically you're going ahead and getting the brigade size early. I assume you can't get a brigade size of 6, presumably. Mounted infantry bonus, Cav Moat, mechanized attack, Cav Moat, mechanized organization plus 10%. That's pretty good. Yeah. Some of these... Okay, I actually like this, because this is actually hard for me to determine which one I'd rather do. Because some of these just have really good buffs overall. I mean, plus 10% coordination, plus 3% reinforce rate. These are all, like, really good bonuses. And Doctrine costs minus 10%. Versus Land Doctrine costs minus 10%, reduced cavalry, heavy tank unit design costs. Man. That plus 10% org is also pretty good, assuming that's the individual battalions and not the divisions. If it's the divisions, that's a problem. Man, this is tough. This is actually genuinely tough. Hello, you should take over China. We'll see where we could get there. Will to victory fit Savinkov? Yeah, I mean we are going to want to do tanks as our offensive arm. I'll probably actually do Will to Victory, because I will say also Science of Victory is very much artillery focused, and we kind of just did that in our vanilla Soviet Union game. So, oh hey, you could get Tukhachevsky also. plus 6% reinforce rate. Wow. Um, yeah, the question is, do I want to go ahead and do that, or do I just want to start going ahead and getting some factories? Supply usage might step. Oh my god. That is busted as all hell. What the? Oh, wow. That's pretty crazy. Armor production cost minus 10%. These are some wild bonuses. Oh, I have my. Do I want to go ahead and do my third Europe? Create faction, Moscow Accord. We'll do. Let's go ahead and do this one and start getting some factories so we can start producing more stuff. Stranglehold of German capital. I need some political power. That's what I need. I might just save up for trying to get like chief commissar or something so I can get some more political power growth. Let me actually look at what all I have here. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. We'll do Edward the Eighth crown. Um, we'll try to get some extra political power because I'm gonna need so much political power for everything I need to do. By the doctor's best attempts at the Kremlin hospital, Chernov's assailant died of catastrophic internal bleeding before he could be interrogated. Surprisingly, the investigation was quickly taken over by the 5th Department of the General Chief of Staff of the War Ministry, that is military intelligence, under General Field Marshal Levar Kornilov's command, citing the matter as one of national security. Department's investigation covered little hard evidence. Petrograd native, the 34-year-old Leonidov, joined the SRs in the early 1920s, but has otherwise struggled to hold down a job and lives estranged from his wife. More ominously, investigators have uncovered that Ludonov met with the German consul only a few days prior to killing Chernov. Attempts to meet with this consul proved fruitless. They evidently left on an unannounced visit to Riga the day after the chairman's assassination. Though possibly giving credence to the idea of a foreign conspiracy, the investigation lacks any proof connecting Leonidov to Germany, or a possible motive for why Germany would want Chernov dead. In any case, the opposition is becoming increasingly vocal and demanding progress for the investigation, while the general public is growing more convinced that the government had something to do with Chernov's murder. What is Kornilov meddling in? Oh, shots fired by Kerensky. Kerensky is like, what it cost for Kerensky to avoid assassination? Chernov's assassination. Kerensky, former leader of the Prussian Provisional Government until its overthrow began the Russian Civil War, is held by many as responsible for it, is leveled charges against the Savinkov government that is dragging Russia on the road back to tyranny, destroying all the progress Russia has made since its victory over the Bolsheviks. Former president has leveled particular criticism on the government's decision to hand the investigative Chernov's killing to General Kornilov, who the Kerensky is caustically described as like putting a fox in charge of the hen coop. As for Savinkov himself, Kerensky did not spare his former Minister of War either, stating that this serpent will strangle Russia's freedom today in a manner he failed to do with Kornilov 20 years ago. This is the first time that Kerensky has commented on Russian affairs, but as years have passed, so the shock value of his pronouncements, having alienated even his most fervent supporters in Russia during his brief stint at the country's helm, making Kerensky's MSNBC seem as a washed-out relic, banking on his past achievements to earn speaking tours of credulous Westerners. Kerensky is currently living in exile in New York City, and while his most recent batch of inflammatory statements have made the rounds in American and European newspapers, they have all but completely ignored within Russia itself. Nice try, old man. Nuclear facility for research for later. That's expensive, though. We need to, like, fix our economy is the problem. I hate when there aren't supply hubs in the main city. Okay, I guess the supply hub's next to the city. Where am I having... So Smolensk, I'm gonna get architecture. So I'll probably wait till the infrastructure's built and then try to build there so it at least gets the production bonus. Or gets a construction speed bonus. Right. So I've got my Navy training. My planes. Yeah, Seducer's just a really good trait. I don't really need him to do much right now, though. Oh, there's Black Monday. Berlin stock exchange stopped sinking, it plunged. Mein Gott. I could send 2 volunteers to Afghanistan. Grind out a little bit. Sure, why not? A socialist conspiracy. Additional investigation, the Fifth Department's come up with a more convincing theory. He was a socialist radical and murder was politically motivated. Kornilov recently uncovered evidence of his connection to a maximalist offshoot of socialist revolutionaries who are alleged to have plotted Chernov assassination due to the chairman's treasonous cooperation with bourgeois and reactionary parties. If, in fact, if Leonidov committed this act under orders from left socialist revolutionaries, would grant a justification for immediate action, mass arrest of party leadership, banning of the party organs, and eradicating the conspiracy before they can threaten the safety of the president himself. Kornilov has proposed preventative actions against conspiracy for strike against request the president activate Article 17 of the Constitution. The War Ministry extraordinary powers to arrest any person who may be involved with power to crack down any possible disorder that may follow. Not be hasty. Berlin stock market crash. Russia has observed the aftershock of silent horror. The flood of bankruptcies, inflation, general panic has surged across Middle Europe and struck Russia like a runaway train. An eerie repetition of events 10 years ago. The value of the ruble has plummeted in sympathy with the German mark, wiping out fortunes overnight. Given Russia's close economic ties with Germany under the Vilnius Agreement, Russian industries and businesses are collapsing into insolvency, almost in lockstep with the German counterparts. Across Russia, every day brings with it another grim tally of lost jobs and livelihoods. Oh no. That's not good. That's the other thing is also my things aren't going to be great with the whole Black Monday thing happening. Consumer goods factories factor isn't nearly as bad. Okay, cool. That reduces civilian... Actually, by reducing civilian industry to government, that actually helps us quite a bit. Do I want to import... Am I extracting oil? What's my deal? Oh, right, because we have to have more oil for export. I might actually want to... Oh, shoot. I should have probably prioritized building more infrastructure in oil-producing states then. Oh, that only gives us like an extra 12. It's not a ton. Russians in Afghanistan, it's more likely than you think. How much fuel are we consuming? Yeah, we are... Oh, wow, our air is actually consuming quite a bit also. Let me see, what do we not have enough? Okay. Alright, let's stop training for now. Let's try and get our Orthodox Syndicalists elected in France. Austrian Empire withdraws from Italy. Yep. Okay. But the garrison orders are on that guy. Okay, if we get de-garrison those states, it should help some. Probably also put a garrison order on Petrograd and Novgorod. Those have got to have supply hubs. I'd be interested in winning against you. I mean, yeah, there's multiplayer Hearts of Iron 4, but I don't really play multiplayer on stream. The biggest problem I have with Hearts of Iron 4 multiplayer is it is very slow. Because of all the data that has to be transferred between players. Well, Kornilov's theory of a socialist conspiracy does fit the typical Zvodnik narrative that would give the government another reason to crack down leftist opponents. The Okhrana director Klepkov has urged caution to the president. The Department of State Security Protection has been conducting their own shadow investigation, are increasingly suspicious of Kornilov's intentions. Recent reports from Okhrana regarding Leonidov's backgrounds have brought up several irregularities. No nameless drifter. It instead appears that Leonidov has several relatives in the headquarters of the Petrograd military district. Moreover, the Okhrana has discovered a series of staff and garrison reshuffles in the Petrograd and Moscow that the army has largely neglected to mention. These could be simple coincidences or minor background work to facilitate the killing of Chernov, but some whisper that Kornilov may have greater ambitions as just helping Savinkov eliminate his rivals. Disturbing theory. You should annex Europe, try that, and turn it democratic. Well, that would be tough. I mean, we'll see what happens with our ideology, as this continues. Let's see. So, generally, actually, wait, can troops march from here to here? They can. Okay, so I need to have a soldier here blocking Kabul from falling. And probably send this guy down here. Illusion of Qing hegemony shatters. Am I able to send air volunteers, actually? Nope. Chernov's funeral. Chernov is entitled to a funeral with state honors, though the idea is, of course, not particularly liked by many of the SZRS, was intended to be a rather quick and small state funeral, quickly threatening to become a great mass event as more and more people wish to pay their respects to the fallen legend. There's a distinct lack of government representation at the funeral. The only ministers present are Ivan Megsky and Ivan Ilyin, who proceeded to pay Chernov lukewarm respects for his long career as a statesman, but from the opposition there are hundreds. Some haven't come all the way from Petrograd or Samara just to pay their respects. As God was being carried, someone started to sing the first notes of Radin's Comrades, Let's Bravely March. The crowd continued, Comrades, let's bravely march. Our resolve gets stronger in the struggle. We will fight our way towards liberty. After the funeral, a crowd of thousands gathered in the summer garden in front of the Petrograd court chambers. Maria Spiridonova held a fierce speech demanding justice for Chernov, while the protesters were shouting down with Kornilov. It's obvious that their dissent also included the sitting president. The event has quickly turned into an anti-government rally led by socialist revolutionaries and a public show forced by the opposition. Oh no. Let's see. Break it up and arrest the agitators. Oh. Man, these guys are getting hit pretty hard by AA. Can I get a... No, I can't get any bonus to division. I could get division experience gain. I do meticulous preparation because I always like that bonus the most. Oh, and I have enough naval XP to get... Oh, cool. So they actually renamed some of these. Neat. Riots in southern Russia. Charon's assassination has whipped Moscow and Petrograd into a frenzy. They are hardly the only cities in Russia facing unrest in the wake of the chairman's untimely end. Rumors spread like a firestorm across southern Russia, whispering that Charon's death is only the first step of a spasmodic coup d'etat. Began its factory strikes in cities like Rostov-on-Don, Ekaterinodar, Stavropol, and others have escalated dramatically. Started ostensibly as protests against the SCRS. Strikes have quickly drawn in other elements of the region's non-Cossack population. Referred to as outsiders, the non-Cossack Slavs now form upwards of half the population of territories of the Don, Kuban, Terek, and Astrakhan Cossack coasts. Despite this, they are largely excluded from politics and owning land. They instead work in roles considered beneath the Cossacks' dignities and military estates, such as factory workers, farmhands, or urban bourgeoisie. This discrimination is justified on grounds that the Cossacks, like many mountaineer people, are legally considered indigenous in the region. Their autonomy is guaranteed under the federal constitution. Nevertheless, this state of affairs led to profound resentment among the outsiders, which rapidly led to recent strikes devolving into bloody riots. The Cossack response has seen crowds harshly dispersed with cavalry charges and swinging whips. Accused the Cossacks of police brutality, while the Cossacks shot back that they only intervened when mobs began targeting homes. Both groups petitioned the federal government to recognize legality. You're level 4, okay. Knight c6. As an old gambler, he decided to play Kornilov's game. He made public appearances and commented to the press that there may be a conspiracy afoot against the government. Several army officers have already been arrested on suspicion of involvement in Chernov's death. Such public blaming of the army is nothing short of a declaration of war on Kornilov, invitation to a duel of wills. It was, however, shocked and incensed many members of the army, both among the rank and file and those involved in the assassination plot. Mary Boldarev's 1929 putsch are strong. The government has made it clear it will oppose any threats to the Republic from the armed forces. Past few days have seen communications between Savinkov and Kornilov break down entirely. The Supreme Commander of the Army has remained silent, and the headquarters of the Moscow military district, surrounded by forces loyal to him, avoided any response to the accusations of the president. Not giving Kornilov any more time to plot, Savinkov ordered him to arrive in person, meeting the War Ministry of the Kremlin. Your move. Kornilov putsch. Korner, the dog, was forced to act. To much surprise, Kornilov agreed to come to the Kremlin personally. After leaving the headquarters of the military district, he slipped past his intended government escort and instead headed directly to the Kremlin, accompanied by a company of Junker cadets from the Alexiev and Dukhanov military institutions. As an obviously pre-planned move, upon arriving, he ordered a special purpose battalion tasked with guarding the Kremlin to secure the Senate Palace and ensure the safety of the president with the support of the cadets. However, Kornilov's hubris proved to be his downfall as much as it was Boldarev's before him. Only a portion of the security battalion agreed to follow his orders. Fierce fighting soon broke out within the Kremlin as Kornilov's forces tried to arrest the soldiers who refused to obey orders, claiming that they were loyal only to Savinkov. Edge of the Kremlin's complex fell rapidly. Smashing through the gates of the Spasskaya Tower, Kornilov's troops reached the Senate Palace, where they were finally stopped by a dogged loyalist resistance by the MVD troops, long enough for reinforcements to arrive from the capital's garrison. It said that Savinkov followed the fighting within the Kremlin with glee on his face, but it's more plausible that he'd already left the complex by this point. Kornilov himself was wounded by a grenade and taken prisoner in the Senate Palace, while the rest of the mutineers were shot on the spot. Simultaneously, the Okhrana moved to arrest the traitors within the military district headquarters. Now the uncrowned military dictator of Russia is rotting in a prison, and no official statement on events has been given. Be rude, dude, but you don't have to read all that. Yeah, but I just do it the first time. Because I haven't done all of this before. Because this is all new content. If I replay countries, then I don't read events all over again. Only death to traitors, allow them a trial and retirement. Sure, we'll allow them a trial. I mean, if we do a trial and we reveal that he was behind the assassination, that would shore up legitimacy of the government quite a bit. Here, whoop. Okay, hold on. There's the putsch. Yeah, so this is in White Ruthenia, soon rocked by instability. The elected Social Democrat government, brief power struggle about filled by the populist Peasants' Party, Green Oak. Surgent Russia war survival now appears inevitable. Trial of the misguided general. Of several tense meetings between Kornilov and Savinkov, the former finally relented to admitting his guilt on condition that he more importantly his subordinates be spared. Presented before the Moscow court chamber through a detailed series of reports and witness statements, a story that emerges one of fundamentally catastrophic misunderstandings. Kornilov, through intelligence gathered by the army, was convinced of Chernov's role in a wide-ranging conspiracy against the government, which included members of the SZRS itself. Acting on his own initiative, Kornilov had Chernov assassinated. Fearing that Chernov's allies of the government remained at large, Kornilov believed the state was compromised, thus failed to coordinate effectively. Ensuing battle in the Kremlin was in fact a botched attempt to safeguard Savinkov against the attempt on his life. Both actions can be perceived as high treason and even as a possible putsch. The court found insufficient evidence to meet the high bar needed for a charge of treason. Nevertheless, Kornilov has been stripped of his position and pensioned off, symbolically retaining his rank solely out of respect for his past service. His accomplices have similarly been drummed out of the military, but have otherwise been unpunished due to their belief that they were serving Russia. Kornilov, speaking with the press from the court steps, expresses remorse that he led faithful soldiers astray, but maintains his belief that Chernov was acting to imperil Russia. Reactions to the verdict and Kornilov's statements have varied. The opposition is apoplectic that Kornilov has escaped justice despite admitting to Chernov's murder. A large portion of the public is deeply uncomfortable that simple miscommunication vigilantism has led to so much bloodshed. The military, in turn, is very relieved to learn that their leader was simply wrong, but acted with noble intentions. Keep his dacha under watch. Having commanded the Russian army since the final days of the Great War. I'll show you in a second once I get through these events. Having commanded the Russian army since the final days of the Great War, Kornilov's absence has left a vacancy that no small amount of effort can hope to fill. The army's mood is fractious. We must tread carefully with choice of successor. Army is largely divided between two men, Denikin and Wrangel, both of whom were among Kornilov's closest associates. Sergei Markov was previously considered, but he quickly issued a statement declaring both a lack of interest in position and conflict of interest due to his close friendship with both other candidates. Unfortunately, such friendship can't be said to exist between Denikin and Wrangel. Denikin, a son of peasants, earned his general's epaulet through the unimpeachable courage and tenacity of an elite infantryman and artillery officer. Disdainful of politics, Denikin has nevertheless come to accept his place in the army's highest-ranking Republican, though he has reportedly still not become comfortable enough with politicians to shake Savinkov's hand. Wrangel, meanwhile, hails from an ancient family of Baltic German nobility. Those merits are beyond question. He is far more comfortable with intrigue, court politics than the gruff Denikin. Wrangel's past service as a cavalry officer in the famously monarchist Guard Corps, but has generally dedicated himself to elevating capabilities of Russia's humble conscripts with a much more academic approach. Let me see which one of these guys I end up with. Minus 5% supply consumption is really good is the thing. So I think we'll go with Wrangel. Oh yeah, so how do you get unemployment spike? Yeah. People at the highest risk of being laid off are on the payroll of German-owned corporations. The effect is obviously spread to more patriotic companies. It's not only a matter of employers closing down their businesses, but also losing their contracts and customers. Many industrial sectors still rely on German trade. Self-sufficiency of the SZRZ's economic reform of the past year. Stores dry up, workers lose their jobs. Depressing. Restoration of democracy in Australasia. Good for them. So yeah, so the way you get guns is so you have you can build military factories. Military factories, then in the production tab you can allocate them. So you have two types of factories. You have military factories, which are land factories. So they produce land equipment and air equipment, and then you have naval dockyards, which build ships. So yeah, so infantry equipment's like the classic gun that all infantry need, but it's also how you build tanks, artilleries, all that stuff. Civilian factories. Civilian factories are what build everything. So you have to use a certain number of civilian factories to produce consumer goods for your civilians. There are a bunch of modifiers about that. You also use them to trade for resources. So if you need to import steel or import rubber or import oil or anything, you basically lose civilian factories and give those to another country in exchange for their resources. And they build everything. So that's how you need civilian factories to build military factories, dockyards, naval bases, infrastructure, all that fun stuff. Research facilities. Wrangel, please. Flashing camera bulbs captured a historic moment in the Russian Army's history as President Savinkov and General Field Marshal Wrangel co-signed a comprehensive reform package aimed at revitalizing Russia's capacity to wage war. The exact details have been withheld as a concession to secrecy. Savinkov and Wrangel have both discussed their intent to prepare the brave Russian everyman, the Protovik, and the factory worker alike for tomorrow's war. While some within the army questioned the wisdom of such a glacial approach to war-making, the thought of stout defenses and improved conditions proved very popular with the Russian public. Closed meeting with Stavka, General Field Marshal Denikin is reported to have delivered a scathing critique of Savinkov's chosen military policy directly to the Russian president's face. Denikin, channeling the same professionalism and renowned bluntness that he had once used with Kerensky, did not mince his words, came to decry the idiocy, and cowardice that Savinkov was condemning the army to by following Wrangel's archaic lead. Excellent. Oh, did that actually... I mean, that doesn't change which one of these I pick for my army path, I don't think. Oh, wow, that's a lot. Okay. What stops you from spamming it everywhere? Spamming military factories and civilian factories everywhere. Time. So I can only build... With my civilian factories, it takes... So, like, to build one level of infrastructure takes several months. So if I were to try and build this civilian factory... Well, first you have a limit in the number of building slots each state has, so I can have, like, this state can have a total of, like, 4 civilian or military factories in it. But also these take a long time to build, so this would take from March to July. Yeah, that's like 4 months to build a factory. So that's the main reason. It just takes a long time to build them. I'm gonna take the supply hub just to mess with them, I guess. Well... If I do that, I might just attack and try to grind out some more stats. Actually, I'll probably attack that guy instead. River penalty might also not be as large for that guy. But yes, yeah, loves to see the end of the earth. Well, I'm currently seeing somebody, so... Yeah. War of Motors, military seizes power in Mexico. Revolutionary Emiliano Zapata has passed away, and with his death, Mexico has been thrown again into chaos, while most ardently loyal members of the government still had faith to act on a swift recovery. Freedom fighter, and until today, leader of Mexico has left a power vacuum that will not easily be healed. In the midst of his shooting, right-wing elements within the military have seized their chance. Having been in opposition to Mexican governments, since Obregon took power, they now take full control of Mexico and restore rightful rule to stop the rampant chaos. She's pretty great. Arthur Horner... Oh. Death of Pius XI. Arthur Horner elected chairman. State of security under the 1922 Constitution. Article 36 grants President of the Republic the power to declare a state of security with the approval of State Council. Savinkov's last attempt in 1934 to use state of security was curbed as it did not pass the State Council. It was followed by Kornilov's warning that the Constitution is ignored. The military has no other option but to act. Based on the current instability, a new state of security has been declared. Unsurprisingly, it passed in the State Council where the opposition is broken. State of security was originally added to the Constitution due to the demands of the army. It saw the need for dictatorial powers in case of a communist uprising or similar public unrest. Used to give post facto justification for Admiral Kolchak's wartime dictatorship. It has been used in 1929 and then again in 1932 to quell town mob unrest, in practice having little to no restrictions. State security allows executive decrees to bypass almost all constitutional guarantees concerning personal and political freedom, property, and judicial rights. The only provision for ending such a stay is a vote by the state council. Immediately after the decree, Chairman Minister Dickoff announced the suspension of various civil rights, empowering the police, and a great expansion of power of the law enforcement to hunt those seeking to destabilize a Great Russia. Let's see. Jeff says IRL Rangel is probably the best general the whites had during the Civil War. He's widely liked and embraced land reform and whatnot to get peasant support, which was unique among the whites. He also beat up Trotsky quite a bit in Ukraine until he got forced to retreat from Crimea. Yeah, I know that. I mean, I guess we'll see what Rangel all can do, but what am I trying to say? Let me just make more artillery for right now. Pre the rework, Rangel was obviously one of the possibilities. Well, actually, because they did like a soft rework of Russia, and then I didn't see Rangel taking over the government as much. Let's go ahead and organize relief work. Black Monday sent the Russian economy spiraling. In times like these, drastic measures are needed. Oh yeah, because we really need to improve our factory output, because minus 71% factory output is really bad. Our stability is also not due to... But I can grab Chief Commissar, which will help us get a lot more political power now. I will also be right back. I need to run to the bathroom and grab a drink really quick because my throat is dry from all the reading. The game pretty much pretend to be the leader of a country. Yeah, it's a little bit more abstracted than being the leader of the country. Technically, you're like the puppet master controlling the strings because, like, if I, you can cause, like, I could cause Savinkov's government to collapse and somebody else take over. Um, so yeah, I will BRB bathroom break time. Oh, alright, I am back. Sorry about that. Imagine you just get war declared on you. Yeah, so generally in the game, for most countries, like most wars don't start in the game. Well, mods can do whatever they want, but usually most mods give you like a 1 or 2 year reprieve before you get into a war. Hmm, that's not bad. Yeah. All right. Man, you know it's a good one when you're like less about 2 months into the game and the stream's already been going for an hour and a half. Rebellions happen in this game. So it depends. So like for example in Kaiserreich, you can have event driven like coups and overthrows. So like for example, the US is scripted to have a second civil war happen. Alternatively, there is the resistance mechanic, which I think I'm currently experiencing. Hold on. Yes. I'm currently experiencing down here. So if resistance, I'm actually not sure in Kaiserreich if they changed it. In vanilla, if resistance gets above like 80%, I think, um, states will rebel. Oh, I need to change my equipment priority also. I need to prioritize fly trucks and garrisons and all that fun stuff. So yeah. The largest party of the US is Nat Pops. Yeah. The United States will have a civil war if I give fault. I added the Civil War. There you used to be able to avoid it, but they got rid of that path in the game. They were to break this guy and probably then just hold my dude back. Because actually I don't really want to actually push. What happens if I start going for that guy? Yeah, so this is a much more serious river crossing, so I take a much bigger malice there. Any other wars started? Nope. Oh yeah, the left KMT Civil War because of the whole hegemony shattering deal. Am I losing army? Oh, I'm yeah, because I've got the army after Kornilov Malice, so I'm not getting any army XP. Oh well, I can still grind out abilities for my generals. I'll have them assist that attack. Stephen the 10th elected as Pope. Good luck, Your Holiness. What is the Empire of Japan doing? Just hanging out. So they support the Feng Chang government with Zhang Zuolin as the leader of China. So he'll eventually launch a war to conquer China. They also have interests in the legation cities as well, so they can try and influence the legation cities to lean more towards them. Japan, because Germany seizes a bunch of British and French colonies in Asia, Japan tends to have conflict with them. And then Japan can also sometimes conquer the Philippines, because when the Second American Civil War fires, the Philippines will declare independence. But yeah. Where do I have bad supply this time? Can I just have you guys concentrate on... like, I don't know, supply hubs, naval bases, victory points. Oh, in terms of... I might be able to encircle that division, actually. 9th International Congress. Interesting development. It's free real estate. A little bit tougher than that. Oh, are we getting attacked here? Yeah, we are. Oh yeah, because I don't have Kornilov as my advisor anymore, but I think Denikin I can upgrade to Logistics Wizard. Yes, I can. Oh. So yeah, when you have this, you get an multiple combat penalty when you're attacking and defending at the same time, so you don't want to do that because that's a huge malice. So we'll defend our guy there, and we're going to be doing a lot of damage to these guys if they attack us. Because when they're attacking us across the river, they get a huge malice. Plus the terrain malice, oh yeah, they barely do any damage to us, whereas we do a lot of damage to them. Yeah, they decide to quit pretty quickly. Slatchiov publishes his Unfought War. With great fanfare, General Yakov Slatchiov has published the hotly anticipated sequel to his earlier magnum opus, Maneuver, The Key to Victory. Titled The Unfought War, Slatchiov's new book builds on his earlier theories of armored warfare, emphasizing that the rapid changes in tank technologies have already rendered most existing countermeasures to mass tanks obsolete. Prolific writer and professor at the Rifle Officer School in Petrograd, Slatchiov's made waves both for his writing and persona. Dashing, irreverent, and hopelessly addicted to cocaine, Slatchiov has become one of the most important, if controversial, members of what's to be called the Markov School, an informal clique of reformist officers centered around the eponymous general. A firebrand proponent of mass mechanization, Slatchiov grounds much of his prose on a lampooning of the tactics of his peers. Literary choice has already drawn no small amount of controversy. The book has nevertheless already become a bestseller. And it remains to be seen where Slatchiov will be set next. Slatchiov sites will be set next. Well, oh boy, I get to immediately lose all that. I start with No Land Doctrine. I'm probably just going to do mobile warfare, I think. Alright, if I can survive this. Yes. Why this guy doesn't have the Encirclement Malice, I don't know, but... Bam breaks out in Sichuan. This year just keeps getting worse. The need for land reform. Russia has struggled with the question of how to both modernize and organize its vast countryside until their interruption by the Great War. Stolipin reforms attempted to dismantle the traditional peasant village in favor of modern smallholders. Chaos of 1917 instead brought far more radical change. The Black Repartition, as peasants took advantage of the breakdown of order to seize land for themselves. The subsequent SR Cadet land reforms in 1923 were as much an attempt to restore order as they were a redistribution campaign. Reforms granted villages significant autonomy while also allowing peasants to rent nationalized land at very low prices. Fortunately, the campaign's other results were mixed. Though the peasants gained a great deal of acreage, the reforms were tarnished not only by enormous corruption in land committees, but also by an unclear intent over who would be receiving the land. The government purchased vast tracts from landowners at below market prices, but much of it would find itself in the hands of industrialists and wealthy peasants rather than the needy. Attempt to fix the reform's flaws crumbled under the bickering of SRs and cadets. President Zavankov thus finds himself the unenviable job of correcting 2 decades of the old coalition's shortcomings. No one is keen for a repeat of the 1932's peasant revolt in Tambov, which saw peasants gunned down after riots erupted in the wake of the cadets' refusal to renegotiate land sales. SZRS Minister of Agriculture, Pavel Agiev, has outlined an ambitious program to correct past errors. Councils of judges, civil servants, agronomists, and surveyors will be mobilized across Russia and granted the authority to rule on cases of land division. Most are expecting the councils to simply parcel out fresh land. However, meeting the peasants' wishes must be balanced with consolidating uselessly small plots into livable allotments, even if some peasants are then obligated to find work elsewhere. Land is only part of the equation. Russia's farms must be modernized and expanded in order to feed not only the growing population, but also the state's coffers. Cocaine and HOI4 is so peak. Yeah, there's also, like, opium addiction, which I think is something you see in, like, some Chinese generals in vanilla, and also in Kaiserreich. Choice of land reform is ongoing. The mission will potentially grant stability, political power, and party popularity. You know, I'd like to do more things, but I don't... Banking bailouts, multiple banks in Moscow and Petrograd have informed the Ministry of France they are rapidly running out of cash reserves. Ministry of Finance, not France. Both their investments, often secured by German bonds, collapsed alongside German financial markets. The news is gloomy. If the Russian state bank does bail out at least the largest bank, the domino effect can continue uncontrollably. However, as a possible shelter, all the banks at risk. While many financial advisors argue that investment ability should be our priority, such a bailout would be prioritizing the money of investors. We'll prioritize the savings of the people. Yep, and we're getting that in multiple combat penalty I was talking about. Bert Schleicher appointed Reichskanzler, yep. Let's get radio, because reinforced speed is super important. Actually, okay, let's fall back, because I'm pretty... A, we're out low on supply, and B, we might get encircled if that guy falls. Okay, Citizen Romanovs, alright. A lot of events. Current claimant to the Russian throne, albeit only in the minds of monarchists, is former Grand Prince, now common citizen, Kirill Vladimirovich Romanov. After the death of the Tsar's grandson, Nikolai, Kirill, who's the first cousin of the Tsar, became the de facto heir. After the sore disappointment of the monarchists in 1921, as monarchy was indeed not restored, they have been reasonably conciliatory. Kirill himself has been known as the Republican Tsar due to side with the February revolutionaries early on, and subsequent support for the Republic if it is the will of the people. Kirill's son, Vladimir, is the darling of the press. Young and handsome, he represents the very epitome of the modern royal in the 1930s. Vladimir delights in Russia's vibrant cultural life, takes part in motor racing competitions, and is a common host of charity events. Many of these also serve as a vehicle for politics, as the prince is a much bolder proponent of monarchism than his humble and moderate father is. It is Vladimir's strong personality that gives Russian monarchists hope. Savinkov's ascension has created problems for the Romanovs. Savinkov has nothing but distaste for them, hasn't yet dared move against them, or it doesn't even consider them a threat. It does not help that many grassroots Vladniks do not share Savinkov's hate of the monarchy. Quite the contrary, they hold even a rose-tinted view of the Romanovs as martyrs of the Civil War. Kirill was withdrawn from what few public appearances he did before, and the worsening political situation has given even Vladimir pause. Despite his initial statements claiming Savinkov is putting the Republic in order, he has since rebuked any attempt by SZRS figures to gain official approval from him. Whispers are that the Romanovs have been drafting plans to leave the country on short notice, should it come to the worst. They're of no consequence. The Orthodox Church. The Russian Orthodox Church. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things with, particularly with Kaiserreich, they have, like, all the problems. It's a problem in vanilla, Hearts, Fire, and 4 also. It's just, like, 1936, all the problems happen. Now, they're getting better in the lore of, like, other stuff happening between 1918 and 1936. But yeah, things get pretty crazy. Russian Orthodox Church, like much of Russia, has endured the 20th century more than it has lived it. Caught in a seemingly endless web of debates regarding episcopal, monastic, and parish reforms, the church has navigated the treacherous wars of war and revolution, but never smoothly. In the triumphant revival of the Moscow Patriarchate in 1917 was not spared from controversy. Patriarch Tikhon earned the deserved reputation as an able leader in the tragedy of the Civil War, but his allegedly liberal attitudes prompted a reaction that bore fruit in the subsequent election of Patriarch Antony after Tikhon's passing in 1925. Patriarch Antony firebranded the Episcopal faction, wasted no time rallying up confrontation, first by attempting to make all parishes commemorate the Romanov dynasty in their prayers, rather than the more neutral civil authorities, and later by adamantly refusing to cooperate with any land reform. Souring of church-state relations has seen opposition to Antony coalesce around Metropolitan Sergei of Nizhny Novgorod, a moderate with a history of social welfare activism, who has likewise drawn moderate clerics and laity to his banner. Though this schism within the church is rarely discussed openly, its intensity has grown stronger as Antony's declining health makes a new patriarchal election likely in the near future. With this in mind, many members of the Sergian faction have approached the SZRS for support, both out of practical concern for mending relations with the government, but in many cases have genuine belief in the Svobodnik's mission. The bishops themselves are unlikely to change, so just like of Savinkov, but with additional help, the SZRS could expand its influence among parishes with little difficulty. This in turn would discern that Sergian priests are nominated by the laity, and open an avenue through which to influence the broader church. The Sergians seem set on supporting the SZRS one way or another, but how much Savinkov is willing to sacrifice in return for their favor remains to be seen. Sure, we'll do some quid pro quo. Relief work organized. Plus God programs. Ah, okay, so I need to do this. The opposition bloc crumbling, Supreme Court under Vladimir Nabokov stands as one of the few institutional pillars still opposing Savinkov. Fortunately, the reforms of 1935, which aimed to expand the power of the Duma, also allow it to issue a vote of no confidence for the Supreme Court. With an SDRS SOR majority in the Duma, the judges will have no choice but to surrender to the people's will. Afghanistan's not doing so hot. Alright, land reform begins. To destroy the peasants' common land is to destroy the soul of Russia. However, it is no secret that traditional strip farming is not only inefficient, but also that central Russia simply lacks the land needed to sustain all its peasants. If every Russian is to prosper, there's little choice but to consolidate the fields to direct the excess rural population to nearby cities, or across the Urals into Siberia and Turkestan. Hopes are high that these efforts will, when paired with farming mechanization and new agronomical colleges, increase crop yields exponentially while respecting the merest traditions. Councils of Land Division have appeared across Russia. The new reform program has entered its first official stages. Vast tracts of land have been earmarked for nationalization. Thousands of surveyors and judges are busy working through a decade of legal backlog. New artels, trade cooperatives have been established to house and provide work for the influx of peasants in towns and cities. Fortunately, not everyone's been pleased to discover what the reforms actually entail. SCRS party offices have been flooded with letters addressed to President Savinkov demanding he punish ministers for misinterpreting his orders. The elders of many villages are furious that the state has given rural officials not only a veto on the election of the village headman, but also preserved the right to appoint one if the locals prove difficult. The consolidation of land strips has flared tempers, as while many peasants want land, few are keen on redrawing boundaries or leaving their home village outright. Even the agronomic college scheme has received vitriol, with some letters arguing time spent in classrooms and less time spent in the fields. Though the party spirits have somewhat deflated, many are adamant the reforms must proceed as planned, simply growing pains. There will undoubtedly be more opposition in the future. Time will tell if the party is willing to pay the cost of confronting it. This needs to get done, no matter the reaction. Oh, it's a smart move for me to try to move to this position instead. And they got their army encircled. I'm still not gaining any army XP. Legation City voting bailout. Let's see how this goes. I don't actually have a vote, so not really anything else I can do. Hooray, I have supply now. Failed coup in Beijing. First, Wu Peifu emerged armed in a sling, but otherwise standing tall. Democratic leader China were savagely attacked by the Emperor's thugs. China will be a republic once more. A return of the republic. Manifesto of the Third Russia, National Populism and National Narodism. Stems from the Narodniks of the 19th century through Narodnaya Voya. Socialist revolutionaries are finally becoming a defining ideology of the SZRS. Through decades, men and methods varied, but our untiring belief in the strength and will of the Russian peasant has not wavered. What we believe in the people, not in democracy. Tsarism, liberalism, and Marxism do not stem from the Russian people. They are the ideas of elites and tyrants. It is the community of free Russian peasants that forms the heart and soul of Third Russia. What do we believe in? We believe in an undivided and indivisible Russian civilization, one that is spirit and will of great fate. Be a great union of free people in opposition to capitalist imperialist oppression of nations. Believe in the VODs, leader at every level of society. Untiring loyalty to Russian cause and exceptional individuals. What we believe in, deeds, not words. No greater cause but to kill and to die for the Russian cause. Most of all, we believe in victory, in Russia unshackled and its people prosperous, who will inherit the land. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stop reading nearly as much because this is getting pretty crazy. Although hopefully we're getting near the end. Normally the worst first 6 months are the worst with all the events. Reinforcement block, no supply from capital. I hate that stuff. Why does this guy have supply from capital and this guy doesn't? Ugh. Supply the farmers market fluctuations hit the countryside slower, but when they do, they hit hard. Farmers live from harvest to harvest, and right now they will not make a profit from the next harvest. Russia, much like Eastern Europe, has traditionally been an exporter of agricultural goods. Now local peasants, large landowners are looking to an uncertain future. Stories are being told of Ukrainian peasants burning their wheat as they cannot afford coal, and such a future may soon be in store for Russians too. The future is not held by SZRS-supported banks to grant easy loans for farmers, which is now backfired to farmers who are relying on stable harvests. Start debt forgiveness program, sure. So it passes. Okay. How long do I have that Kornilov army after Kornilov? Till September, okay? For a while. What are we building? I really need some factories. Do I want to go and get more research? Yeah, I should get more research speed now. Aid the Sichuan. The Supreme Court. Though it may be true that Savinkov's confrontations with Nabokov, Supreme Court chairman, have been less verbally explosive than those with the late Chernov, they proved no less frustrating. Growing ambition, the Supreme Court of the Russian Republic, not only the highest court of appeal, but also the arbiter of Russia's constitution, and its 18 judges proved to be a constant thorn in the side of political radicalism. Godnik's pride is arguably still not recovered from Nabokov's ruling. Question of combat squad's legal status in 1935 struck down Savinkov's attempt to pardon many of his foot soldiers currently languishing in prisons on charge of terrorism. Cherov's passing has opened an avenue for finally ridding Russia of Nabokov's obstructionism. Savinkov and his cohort in the Duma have nurtured a vote of no confidence against the Supreme Court for more than a year. His execution was continually frustrated by lack of support in the State Council. Now, the State Council, likewise in SDRZ-SOR hands, SZRS-SOR hands. The non-confidence vote and a paired legal reform bill passed both legislative houses without incident. Slated Supreme Court, Nabokov included, has been wiped clean in a wave of firings and forced retirements. Few old guards judged harmless enough to remain will be rendered powerless in a new Supreme Court that has not only grown to 24 seats, but also been stacked with a reliable bench of approved appointees, led by Venerable Boris Vishlachdev, the top legal expert of the SZRS. And now everything is constitutional. Establish the VES. After plan to combat industrial research speed, political power gain. I should have done that sooner, actually. Probably want to upgrade the towed artillery reliability because that'll reduce attrition. Do we want this stat up? Because I think the reliability will be better. Oh, hey, I'm actually gaining army XP now. Hooray. Mongol aristocrats take Mongolia. Press release. Mongolia is in the hands of traditional rulers. Return to the old order. Oh, the Kievan kerfuffle. Over a de facto protectorate in Khiva. Junaid Khan has long rejected our generous guidance of his rump state, instead attacking brave Russian sons. Ashgabat and Krasnovsk at the height of the Tashkent crisis. Not take a genius to recognize that Khiva will never truly serve us as a loyal subordinate. He's a fitness master once. His reasonable course of action put him down. Weak governments rewarded illegal control of Transcaspia and the abandonment of any real Russian dominion over the Khivans. Disparaging course of action spearheaded by our leading agent Khiva, the Kornivalite general Ivan Zaitsev, who has gone native, aligning himself with Junaid Khan at the expense of his homeland. So we'll force him out, replace him with a more trustworthy court advisor. Put the general under glorified house arrest, restricting him from leaving the old city of Kiev, interacting with Russian-sponsored Kiev military school. Khan's brazen acts have threatened to dismember our informal control over the region, and remaining agents report they intend to strengthen ties with the rogue Turkestani Republic. Without the full support and control of the military, intervention in Kiev would be dangerous and difficult. I think we're going to go dispersed industry. I really like dispersed industry. Although, because our factory output is so bad, taking the increase 5% would actually be really good for concentrated. We'll do concentrated this time. Alright, let's assume full control. Alright. Pull my troops back over there. Oh, I guess I could assign a field marshal also to give these guys some bigger buffs. Riga under martial law, months after outbreak of armed rebellion in the United Baltic Duchy. Civilian governments become a casualty earlier today. Units of Baltisch Glanschwer moved into Riga and forcibly dissolved the Landtag. Glanschwer believed they viewed the duchy's liberal government as too focused on its ongoing row with the conservative opposition, coup being an effort to direct resources against the Force brothers. Duke Adolf Friedrich, conspicuously missing the famed German general, has emerged as face of an ultra-reactionary government. Vote passes, okay. Ernst generals escaped to Russia. Following the overthrow, he and many of his Mongolian associates forced to flee the country. It's sure. Addressing the shortages. Russia's economy continues to buckle and contract. Public demand for government relief has only grown louder. Hopes are high the President Savinkov, elected as he was on a populist platform, will be willing to intervene on common people's behalf no matter the budgetary troubles. Several plans have been prepared for immediate injection of funds in the social welfare programs. That said, the elephant in the room is that these funds can only come from one place at such a short notice, the military budget. The army is, unsurprisingly, mortified that a long-awaited rearmament program is going to be reshuffled into soup kitchens. Their assertion that the army is what still keeps order in Russia isn't entirely incorrect either. The government could try to appease both. Party officials warn that such a course would be ruinously expensive. Yeah, losing war support really sucks. I pull back here while I start being able to get resupplied. Extremist coup in Riga. Situation in the United Baltic countries receiving significant press. Zvoda has detailed recent ultra-reactionary coup. The Baltic Territorial Army, aided by the Pan-Germanic and fundamentalist Baltic Brotherhood, has opposed the government, vowing to annihilate the Forest Brothers uprising. As part of the takeover was accompanied by horrible atrocities against Latvian and Estonian people, and without any civilian oversight. Baltic military is accountable to nobody. The news has been sensationalized by reports of Latvians escaping for their lives across the border, and popular outrage is high. So much so that even Savakov himself addressed the situation. He emphasized that Dvinsk autonomous regions prove that it's proof that in Russia, it's not simply ethnic Russians who are free, but all peoples, and that the new Baltic regime, even more so than before, is most clearly to care of ethnic supremacism and slavery to the Germanic world. How come I started the stream an hour ago? I started the stream about 2 hours ago, and it's still early June 36th. That's because a lot is happening. Part of it's me reading through all the events. That's a big thing. But that's typical of early Kaiserreich. Especially countries that have received content updates. Oh, wow, they actually oh, right, no, they don't have volunteers. They actually just straight up have the, okay, once Kandahar falls, I feel like they usually capitulate, or white peace. But yeah, a lot's happening, so, yeah. I have more fuel. Where are these guys even? Okay, they're being built in the Baltics. Okay, cool. Farmer strikes with the first hurdles overcome. The land reform campaign has built powerful momentum. Many Russian newspapers take publishing daily columns totaling the acreage of land given to peasants thus far, alongside letters of thanks President Savinkov and the SZRS. However, for every success story, it seems another village's problems have only gotten worse. To no one's great surprise, the field consolidation and migration programs remain the most controversial issues. Out of respect for their independence, the villages themselves were given oversight for much of the process. Many disgruntled peasants have simply stopped bothering to listen to them any longer. Worse yet, anger against the reforms begun to coalesce into open strikes. Farmers and landless peasants alike have banded together to decry the government's alleged kulakization program, stating that efforts to make farms economically viable have trumped promises to give all peasants a fair share of land. The situation is intense. The violence is fortunately not yet broken out. Nevertheless, much of Russia's central Black Earth region has been paralyzed by the strikes, jeopardizing much needed shipments of grain. Loyal units of MVD and Cossacks trying their best to restore order without resorting to bloodshed. The party cannot afford another Tambov. Must end immediately. I'd be able to actually help break that division. Long Yin secures power in Yunnan. Demonstration in Petrograd. Darius now having control of the Supreme Court, the last legal barriers to Savinkov's dictatorship are being removed. The opposition is furious, seeing their hope for Savinkov's fall slip away. The demonstration was held. Many of the Republic left is crying. Savinkov's a tyrant bent on destroying Russian demonstration. Disperse them. That was the VES. Russia bears the aftershocks of Black Monday. It's become starkly clear that the country is facing the worst economic crisis in decades. Verkhovny Ekonomichny Soviet, or Supreme Economic Council, has been established in record time by presidential fiat, but it faces a daunting task. VS Chairman and Minister of Industry and Trade, Alexander Vosnesensky, nevertheless delivered a widely reported speech to the Duma within days of his appointment, laying out Russia's immediate strategy for economic recovery. With even short-term credit from abroad almost impossible to find and politically unpalatable, the state stepped in to recapitalize and nationalize a sizable portion of Russia's insolvent banks, placing them under the jurisdiction of a reorganized state bank. Given the weak reputation of the government as a borrower, plans have been put in place to issue bills of exchange through domestic proxy banks, termed work creation bills, as hoped private sector investors would keep money flowing internally, with the goal of having these investments reach maturity once the economy is stabilized. Paired with harsh but focused austerity measures, VS plan intends to balance finances by limiting government spending, maintaining internal liquid capital flows, and public works programs. The ambitious strategies are being workshopped for total industrial transformation of Russia. The short-term goal is to maintain employment levels as high as possible for simple subsistence. If all goes well, Russia's working class will be able to bear the brunt of this austerity with government support. Great for an economic counteroffensive to win back the ground lost. Let's hope we get through this quickly. Belgorod, or Sunrise, is less a development plan and more an outright war on Russia's backwardness, with vast swaths of Russians unemployed. Belgorod aims to mobilize the nation to a vast labor army, turned for necessities, and eventually landed their own. The labor soldiers will be dispatched to rapidly industrialize or settle regions across Russia. Okay. Have you decided which path you're going to do first? We're just kind of going in blue and just seeing what happens. Crusader Kings 3 or Old World Blues? Yeah, we'll play some of that at some point in the future. But yeah, I'm just kind of seeing how the events shake out. I have no political power, so we'll see what happens. Consolidation of banks issuing of the work creation bills succeed in bringing... I'm kind of just going also based on what I think gives, like, more or less the best results, but we'll see. Because I don't know how this actual event path plays out and what events we get. I don't know what's the most important thing for us to be building right now. Consolidation banks issue work creation bills succeed in bringing in some liquid capital from domestic investors, but it's a far cry from the total needed for all the state's expenditures and debts, with the VES fervently attempting to gather as much money as possible for the state's many planned reforms. The time has come to make the difficult choice of who to sacrifice for the nation's sake. VES has outlined 3 possible approaches. First, to drastically cut military expenditures. This would entail ceasing procurement of new equipment and furloughing as many troops as safely possible. Stavka is incredulous at the suggestion that Russia's defense would be weakened to such an extent, to say nothing of their salaries. Second option is to instead target the public. Austerity can save rubles from otherwise being spent on social services. More importantly, the government can force farmers to once again sell their grain for export rather than waiting for prices to rebound. Peasants will be furious, but the state is struggling without the crucial agricultural exports that underpin much of Russia's budget. Finally, the third approach is to draw foreign credit into Russia, no matter how unfavorable the terms may be. Given President Samarkov's promises to break Russia's economic slavery to Germany, many will see such a decision surrender to the power that caused the economic catastrophe in the first place. German economic influence changes by 1 + 1. Oh, that's not very good. People will need to tighten their belts. Coup d'etat in Siam. I'm not saying if you want to do anything else, Savakov, you have to basically screw up intentionally. Get military civilian anger up to /over 8. Yeah, I mean, we're at 5 for popular anger. So we'll see if we can get that back under control. For a second, I thought I saw the Mexican flag there. Fall of the Kingdom of Finland. Founded in the ashes of the Russian Empire, the Kingdom of Finland remained since the Great War, a nation thoroughly entrenched in the German sphere. Appears it was not meant to last. In the wake of Black Monday, the Finnish government was thrown into crisis as political violence spiraled out of control. Unable to maintain order, the regime finally collapsed. The ultranational Lapua movement under Kurt Marty Wallenius Now leader of the Republic of Finland marched on Helsinki, seizing power and unleashing a wave of violence against monarchists and socialists alike. Authoritarian, corporatist, and virulently anti-German movement no doubt represents a violent break with the old order. Another blow to German influence. Let's see. Probably actually need excavation for more resources. I take their supply hub. This should cause them issues, I would think. Like the next nearest supply hub is a good bit of ways. Caucasus reaffirms commitment to land reform. Many of the Cossacks, Mountaineers, and Steppe peoples has gathered for its 7th session since the group's founding in 1922, ostensibly a meeting ground for many different peoples who inhabit southern Russia. North Caucasus, the committee has long held a reputation for elitism and patronage. This isn't terribly unsurprising, as many of its members are landowners and hereditary clan chiefs who would have little to gain from dividing their estates. It thus came as a shock when the 7th session ruled in favor of formally declaring its support for President Savinkov's land reform campaign. Most surprised to warn out, the caveat to that statement quickly came to light. First, contingent on the reform keeping land within its respective ethnic group. While sure to disappoint the largely landless outsiders and groups like the Chechens and the Ingush, the statements nevertheless strengthened the hand of reformist factions among the Cossacks and Mountaineers. It's no secret Savinkov admires the Cossacks and many of the Mountaineer peoples. The relationship with the landowning elites of the group has been decidedly more awkward from an ideological standpoint. Nevertheless, the SZRS are not ones to look a gift horse in the mouth. The landowning elites support remains necessary for maintaining order in the region, and 7th session has opened an avenue for drawing pro-SZRS factions closer to power. Small steps, but steps nevertheless. Upwards Kolchak's Falcons. In a bid to demonstrate the capabilities of Russian aviation, a long-haul flight crew of Valerian Chekhlov, Georgy Bayadukov, and Alexander Belyakov have completed their trans-Russian flight from Moscow to the mouth of the Amur River in the Far East. Pilots' faces now decorate every newspaper in Russia, but much praise has also been given to the project's mastermind, Admiral Alexander Kolchak. The aviation companies of Sikorsky and Tupolev. Despite being a thoroughbred mariner, Kolchak has emerged as one of the most energetic and lavish funders Russia's air industry, seeing in the aircraft not only another tool for Russia's defense, but also for his profound interest in exploring the North Pole. Kolchak has already promised that this flight is only the beginning, that a Russian air crew be expected along America's shores by summer's end. Russian engineering is the best in the world. I'll lose this battle, but frankly, as long as I'm generating Army XP, I don't care all that much. I'm surprised this war is still going on. Alright, 2 divisions, a little too much. Oh, yeah, we need to fall back because we have to hold this state. Maybe because we've been holding it this entire time, is why we haven't fallen yet. Let's join the Reichspakt. Still supply block from capital. Doctor Sausages. Vodnik's been called butchers before. The party flag flying atop a meat processing plant is still a novelty. Much fanfare has been surrounded the first Moscow sausage factory, filled with experience and capital of both Russia and Germany, is a testament to what can be done when two sausage-loving nations work together. Sadly, its finances management left much to be desired. Profits were meager since opening in 1933, as the Moscow sausages proved unable to compete in Europe and were too pricey for Russians. Factory's German owners, Halbertsdatter Wursten, promptly sold to the German government in the wake of Black Monday for a pittance. SCRS have since transformed the first Moscow sausage factory into a prototype for their economic vision. Factories come under the management of SZRS-led Artel, traditional form of trade cooperative given a national populist makeover. Government's blessing, brother workers, unions, and run the factory under the supervision of party-approved elders. Modern dormitories and church have been constructed near the factory grounds to develop a sense of community. Additionally, the plants have been retooled to produce more affordable products. Rumor has it President Savakov himself insisted that new, heartier sausages be developed. After all, Russia's peoples will be as hungry as their factories with the work that lies ahead. It remains to be seen how practical such transformation can be across Russia, but this sausage stunt has captured public attention. The new and ostensibly healthy Doctor sausages are already a hit. Sausages for everyone. Yeah. Should be able to retreat to Kandahar, so should be fine there. Lost called program. Since Russia was first hit by Black Monday, several efforts have been made to deal with the crisis. Few would doubt these have been effective. The economy dealt with the worst effects of depression and is now speeding up along the road to recovery, but despite the government's efforts, many problems remain, more than a few of which predate the crash. The landless and unemployed wander Russia in search of work. While much of the countryside, the Republican government's failed land reform holds back the country's full potential. The biggest of these problems lies with Russian industry, or rather the lack thereof. Compared to the modern industrialized states of Europe, Russia is pitifully backward. Put simply, there are too many men and too few factories. In 1935, the SZRS announced the Volshgrad program to industrialize Russia and solve our economic woes. The program was put on hold because of Black Monday, but now that we've recovered from the crisis, saying we've recovered from the crisis is interesting. But the time is right to restart it. Landless farmers, unemployed workers, and vagrants will all be enlisted in a professional army of labor, ready to assert the state, wage an all-out war against backwardness which has plagued Russia for so long. In addition to the rapid industrialization promised as part of the Volshgrad program, plans are also in the works to handle issues of excess population through a program massive resettlement in Siberia and Turkestan. Pioneers will construct new communities through which they can earn the land and produce food to feed our ever-growing population. All this will be administered through the VES, which can finally shift its focus from dealing with depression. Of course, the general reaction from the public has been overwhelmingly positive so far, so no doubt the program will continue to raise support for the SZRS and Savinkov's rule. After all, how could anyone be against such a patriotic plan? Let's do this one, because I do not have political power to take any decisions right now. It'll cost 80,000, you will gain 400,000. Oh, cool. Do I want to go ahead and grab... Oh, I could just... Okay, if I get 40 political power, I could just increase funding. Okay. Indochina declared independence. 1936 Dublin Olympics. We did our best. Is it giving me... Oh, okay, I have more things I could do. Max factories and states. Presumably you'd want to stack this in states which already have the most building slots, but I'm going to guess that they deliberately... Most of these states are smaller states, maybe? I think outside of Moscow, 6, and Petrograd, 6 states is a pretty big amount. But 5 might be a large amount. Yeah. So if I have any states with 5 building slots, that's probably a good idea. Zenovo coup in Bulgaria. Tsar of Bulgaria has been a stable hegemon of the Balkans for the past 2 decades. Truth, however, nation is drawn into internal affairs, political crisis. This year, these internal tensions culminate in a showdown. Oh. Showa restoration. Reports of Tokyo have been scarce. Few adapt to Japanese democracy is dead. Blood failure. Oh, shoot. My guys are encircled now. These guys getting in multiple combat. No, not sure why. There we go. No, I get the effects of the army after Kornilov. Okay, now I can actually start getting some army XP. Popular anger changes by 1, increases maximum worker... Wait, what's my... Oh. Oh, okay. Increase maximum. Okay, I see. By 100,000, we gain some popular anger. I mean, max factories in states is really good as a bonus. Um... These give... Oh, these also help reduce the effects right away. I can afford to utilize the army. Urban housing programs, alright. Synthetic chemistry. More on factories than 100 gain a research slot. Oh boy. Yeah, let's go ahead and get these construction technology bonuses, because those would be really good. Assassination of Ibrahim Chulikov. Grim news arrived from the Caucasus. Long-standing friend of Russia and a pillar of government support in Chechnya has died after an attack by unknown assailants. Chulikov and a group of relatives stumbled into an ambush as they were returning from a hunting trip on the outskirts of the town of Staryatagi. Struck by several rifle shots, Chulikov perished almost instantly. Chulikov's companions returned fire. Now the ambushers were captured and any dead were carried off the field before they could be retrieved. It's unwelcome news of Moscow, which is watched with concern as control over Chechnya and Ingushetia is weakened in past years. Chulikov was instrumental in liberating Chechnya from the unholy alliance of Bolsheviks and Uzankadze Caucasus Mane. His civil war. Since then, Chulikov's family have acted as vital intermediaries between the Russian government and local Chechens, crushing dissent but rewarding loyalty generously. Bragim's death, Chulikov has been fatally weakened. Other members of the broader Genderogonoid Tape clan have already emerged out of pockets of influence, and many make no secret of their outright hostility to Russia. Police the region will likely become substantially more difficult. Oh, there goes some more resistance. I guess realistically, I should be rotating generals in here. Leveling up some of my weak... Although I would like this guy to gain the Mountaineer trait, ideally. I guess actually, if I just bring these two divisions here, just have them constantly attack this guy. You guys can both get resupplied, right? Yeah, they can. What other wars are there? Afghan-Canadian War, War of Arab Unification, Indochina War. Yeah, nothing I particularly want to get involved in. Yeah, I really need to put AA in these divisions. Support for Polish National Committee. Russian-Polish relationship is a stormy one, but there's one thing they both agree on. Germany is their natural enemy. This principle has guided Roman Dmowski's cooperation with the Russians for almost half a decade. Originally, this well-known Polish statesman headed the Polish National Committee for the Entente, but after the French-British revolutions, fate brought him to Moscow. The Entente government is still standing and continuing to fight against German oppression. Alliance was made. Russia would support his underground fight against German monarchy in Poland. In exchange, this Poland would be an ally for Russia. The Damon Party of the National Democrats commands enormous respect among the Polish right. Utilized to stabilize. Sure. Getting some anti-air will make these guys a lot better in a fight. The American Civil War fires shortly after the presidential election and the inauguration, so I'll want to start working on those focuses. I mean, I guess I just need to do, like, Third Europe. Oh, I guess I missed this because I didn't do... The Forest Brothers Uprising was already crushed, I guess, but oh well. So let's see, I have... So I probably want to spend 80,000. Rather get more civilian factories. Okay, this would give me 2 civilian factories, so let's do that. Oh, there's a peace deal. Republicans win the Serbian elections. And idealism really survive. Alright, so popular anger does give me reduced political power gain, so keeping a tamper on that is also good just for political power gain. Do I have any other advisors to give? Because the problem with mobilizing is I will get... I guess I'm only getting 0.1 less. Man, 300 political power. That's a lot of political power. Weekly balance of power change. Oh, okay, so he would move things towards the ideocrats. Government, not terror. Although compliance growth, well, plus 4% compliance growth speed really isn't that much. Suppose I should look at, though, what the difference is with these advisors. So Savitsky, Eurasianist. Who is... So Klepnikov is the shadow. Wait. Filonenko. Oh, he's Filonenko. Okay, different guy. Lawyer for terrorists, I see. Yeah, I don't see too much of a difference between a lot of these guys. You go a certain path for overthrowing Savankov. Your president has a minigame where he uses his elite martial arts skill on an assassin. You have to defeat him in a fight. I see. Interesting. So, nobody else really gives a ton. Okay, so this guy gives 0.05 political power gain. Guy gives plus 5%. I'm not sure which actually matter more at this point. Technological planner. Oh, this guy gives even bigger factory slots. Ooh. That could be good, actually, for just getting a ton of factory slots. Extra political power and factory output would be really good. Alright, develop the Heartlands, the Ural program. So many decisions. So I don't really get anything else that looks like fixes Black Monday. Guess we'll get a civilian factory. I need them. Foundation of the Belgrade Pact. Hopefully the Balkans won't start another world war. Land reform in Turkestan. Terrible land has already been settled in 1910. The Kurd settlers are decamping around the Kursk steppe. This has drawn the ire of locals, particularly Kazakh nomads, who are accusing the settlers of disrupting their traditional migration routes. Even the Cossacks, typically the police arm of the Russian state in the region, voiced their complaints about settlers stealing unused land Cossacks kept for their hordes. Whereas Turkestan escaped controversy, the facing fewer settlers, Turkestani villages were singled out by the government for similar consolidation and modernization campaigns to Russian counterparts. Transition from the region's quasi-feudal Kishlak to the more modern Shurkat has proven controversial for many of the same reasons it has in Russia, as its dislike consolidating fields and resent the supervision of outsiders. If a situation is far more volatile in Turkestan, where the locals are claiming with some justification that the councils of land division are overwhelmingly Russian and biased accordingly, such relation officials and peasants alike have banded together to demand that local tribunals be established to represent the interests of the indigenous population. Little doubt these tribunals will hamper the reform campaign, so several party officials are quietly suggesting that the army and Cossacks be mobilized to nip this problem in the bud. Sure. Black Monday giving me, I mean, it isn't giving me a malice to construction speed, which is really nice. So it seems odd to me that I only have to worry about getting cooed if the anger drops, but my popularity is pretty low. I mean, I guess ruling party popularity, I'm getting a low stability malice because of that, but like, okay. Alright, that's still going to take a while. How long do these take? The Green International divided. Dual woes and economic crisis, tension in the Balkans thrown the Green International into turmoil. Green International was founded in 1922 as a Middle Europe-aligned peasants movement based on a vision of peaceful peasant democracy. Most prominent backers of the organization has been those of the Habsburg monarchy's various peasant movements. Foundation of Belgrade Pact and its increasingly warlike rhetoric has caused strife inside the movement. Xander Stambuliski of the Bulgarian BZNS, alongside a number of Danubian delegates such as Joseph Putek and from the Galician PSL, requested that the Bureau expel the Serbian and Romanian parties for their support for war against Bulgaria. Putek read out the proposal by the PSL calling for peace between all peasant countries, and instead suggesting denouncing all radicalism for the peasant movement, strongly supported by Danubian and many Eastern European delegates. And then Kolesnikov's counter-proposal, penned by the Russian, Serbian, Romanian, and Latvian delegates, instead called for peasants to actively resist Juncker rule, painted the current economic situation as a chance for Europe to move into its third-way economics of agrarianism and collaboration between peoples. Kolesnikov congratulated the Serbs for their solid stance on German encroachment in the Balkans, offered to arrange negotiations with Stambuliski to find a solution that would satisfy all Slavic peasant nations and unify their ranks against the dual threats of Junckerism and communism. Who will win? Green National falls to radicalism. International Peasants Organization, Green International's pastor program, by the SZRS, never get that right, aligned peasant parties. This party is officially denouncing liberal capitalism as Junckerism and communism is inherently against peasant nature. It calls for peasants to support the struggle against German hegemony, and has deemed Serbia's actions in the Balkans as justified. This takeovers of Danubian and Nordic delegates are calling it has made Green International into both spokesman for Russo-Serbian irredentism. already purged by disagreements for years. Now these pro-peace peasant parties are planning to organize a new international party for the peasants untainted by radical politics, an Austrian plot as usual. On American shores, a new Sikorsky float plane rather than a single-engine Tupolev from their last flight. Golokhov and his crew have braved the perilous skies of the Arctic Circle in a marathon 60-hour flight. However, the flight crew did not receive the hero's welcome they had grown accustomed to upon landing on these sparkling waters outside San Francisco. U.S. Coast Guards and Navy vessels descended upon the beleaguered aircraft, even as both Russian crews and radio operators on shore insistently broadcast their status as civilian sporting craft. Newspapers across the globe are now printing photos of smiling Chikhalov, Baryakov, and Belyakov being manhandled onto an American destroyer, apparently unperturbed by this turn of events on their record-setting flight. The American Pacific Fleet and government both hastily issued apologies, but not before shifting blame to the miscommunication onto one another. Success! Conspiracy to destroy Germany. Surprisingly, a clandestine military meeting took place in Petrograd today, which would have been more in place in 1915 than 1936. A joint Franco-British military delegation met with General Field Marshal Piotr Wrangel today in surprisingly positive terms. The delegation was under the leadership of General George Cotreau, with the Charles de la Strand and his deputy Edmund Ironside leading the representation of the British military. One could almost forget about the ideological disagreements of their respective governments. They laid out a strategic plan for the destruction of Germany in a calm, professional manner. Both sides withheld information, no doubt thinking about the possible future conflict that managed to destroy Germany, open enough to agree on sharing relevant military intel, and some other matters that would make cooperation easier. After all, both of them shared a simple, greater goal: destruction of the German Empire, and eventually the peace of 1919. For these military men, it was a greater cause than any ideology. I can still get bad weather, but yeah, I can get bad weather penalty. Although it's named Heroes of the Arctic. Oh, my fuel's actually full. Oh, Jack Reed elected president. Yep, well then MacArthur. I have a couple months before he drives the country to ruin, and that will mean that MacArthur is definitely going to be cooing the government. That was my Navy. Okay, we're almost actually done with... Oh yeah, I have to... Oh, I could... There's a convoy designer? Subvisibility, subvisibility... Weather penalty, weather penalty, weather penalty, weather penalty, weather penalty, weather penalty, weather penalty. Production costs. Oh, yeah. Anti-air. Wait, convoys have anti-air? Hold on. What? Huh? I mean, I guess I knew that convoys can shoot down some stuff. I still think the production cost is probably better. Minus 50. Oh, surface visibility. Okay. Probably want that one for my convoy production versus cost, production output costs. Production output. I mean, maybe I want this, actually. I mean, this would reduce the production output cost of convoys dramatically. And I could build a lot more convoys. And then I could just sell those. Speaking of which, how am I doing on stockpiling equipment? Nothing too crazy right now. Fleischer passes the Enabling Act. The great economic situation led to strike, street clash, ultimately revolution attempt to industrialize Duchy of Brunswick. Socialist revolutionaries entered, sent a wave of terror. Passed the Enabling Act before the Reichstag. Present the Enabling Act. Legislation allowed them to restore order with emergency powers. They approved the act. Fleischer is now almost unassailable. Yep. Forget who can actually who joins which faction. Obviously, CNTFAI joins Third International. I mean, I just did a French game where I think the Kingdom of Spain, or was it Carlos Spain? No, I think the Kingdom of Spain joined the Entente. Well, right. Well, we can send some volunteers there, but I gotta run to the bathroom again. And we've almost made it 1 year in the game. Only it's taking us about 3 hours. But we're getting there, gamers. We are getting there. Yeah, I will be right back. I'll go ahead and run an ad break on Twitch because I'll be in the bathroom, so you won't be missing anything. Alright, and I am back, gamers. I don't know why I ran ad break and it was about to hit you guys with another ad right away, which seems weird, but I stopped that. But I guess it just blocks the pre-roll ads. Okay, I think we'll just send to Kingdom of Spain. Well, no, I think the Carlists are less likely to stay in. Yeah, I think the Carlists are more likely to join the Entente, so we'll support them. Oh, so I can send 3 volunteers to these guys. Okay, I can send more volunteers to Kingdom of Spain, so we'll send volunteers to them then. Because I really just care about sending a lot of volunteers. It's influenced by the total number of, like, provinces or states or something, so the bigger your, the bigger your, bigger a country. Like, that's why with China you could potentially send, like, 10 volunteers to China and vanilla. Spanish Civil War. Ever since the defeat of Napoleon, Spain's been plagued by violence and turmoil. To shreds, you say? And I really hope these these decisions finish soon. I mean, I guess this first one starts in like 44 days. Go ahead, do third Europe. Yeah, get the higher production efficiency. Oh yeah, we're going to be producing like barely any equipment. Syndicalist Liberati Commune. Food exports from Romania. RIP left KMT. Oh, my divisions in Spain. I don't really care that much. Are these just big? Okay, these are just like this is just like an art division with actual just straight up artillery in it. Um, yeah, I could just plan on sending these guys, I suppose. Marines would also be good, is the thing. Because there are a lot of rivers in the US to cross. Also a good amount of mountains, though, if I'm going to send mountaineers. Decisions. I also don't have the special forces to really have a bunch of marine divisions, so I think I am just going to have to send regular infantry. Oh, but I could actually probably send planes here for these guys. Our fleet train up, because I don't think our fighters are really going to get that much RXP. I'm going to guess that it's also going to be mostly fighters that are needed here, but we'll see. Expansion of the wild battalions. The autonomy in cases outright lawlessness of the North Caucasus made the region fertile ground for militias. Intensifying guerrilla conflict in the Caucasus Mountains led to explosive growth among self-defense groups loyal to the Svobodniks. Many of these forces are personal retinues of local feudal lords or mullahs, particularly from privileged groups like Kumyks, Kabardins, Cherkis, and Avars. These Muslim units began to cooperate closely with the Christian counterparts among Ossetians and the Cossacks, and have all gradually come to be known under the umbrella term of wild battalions. Little doubt this is a deliberate reference to the famous Caucasian Wild Division of the German War. That said, many speculate the name is equally intended to appeal to Savinkov's ego. His time as war minister on the provisional government, Savinkov was tasked with transforming the Wild Division into a full-fledged army, a project that was ultimately derailed by the Civil War. Now many Wild Battalion commanders are pleading with the federal government to do what the 1917 project failed to achieve, organize and expanding the Wild Battalions as widespread support, especially as violence in the region spilled out in the mountains and into vulnerable lowlands cities. However, many army officers are loath to trust militias of dubious quality and argue that they would be best served as auxiliaries under strict oversight of regular forces. On the other hand, Wild Battalion leaders have insisted on keeping their independence, arguing that excessive army meddling would stifle the mobility and initiative that has made them so effective, and by using local forces, there would be less need to send Russian conscripts to the region. Go with military anger, because I can't really afford... I'm a little high on popular anger. Democrat left victorious in Brazil. Dancing with Syndicalists is a dangerous move. Yeah, try to grab that. Oh, that's not actually a supply hub. Why does it have the model as if it is one? Spanish question. Civil War was broken out Spain between the royal government and socialist revolutionaries. Immediately caused Spanish whites create some excitement and sympathy among patriotic Russians. A Green Union has already started to organize both donations, volunteer force to be sent there. As squad does was Spain, another repeat of bloody Russian fratricide. We are moral duty to help. Situation is more complex. One looks at Europe, a rod chess match between the Germanic world. Enemies, the defeat of the Spanish Revolution only put Spain back in the arms of the Germans, something the French government and Paris is keenly aware of. When Clandestine meeting, security deals proposed, Russia would remain neutral, and blocking attempts of Russian citizens to go fight in Spain. Oh. Could use the political power. Could also use the war support. Well, I think it was that the Kingdom of Spain gets couped and replaced by the Spanish state. That's what happened in my game. I could use the political power, though. I kind of also want to see how low I can get party popularity down to. Like, can I just have 0 party popularity, but everybody's okay? Rapasky fled Ukraine. Political power minus 0.02. Eesh. He has more than 6 divisions in the state. That's easy.
Слушаю. Я готов.
Socialists assume full control in Norway. Seems like it usually happens.
До приказа. До приказа.
Italian democracy survives. So it would seem. Okay, which one of these were the ones that can reduce, like, German influence in my economy? Oh, I gotta do end the Vilnius Agreement. Okay. Oh, that's pretty strong. Why are they angry with government? What I do? Poland Civ, so influencing Poland makes sense. Yeah. Tough, though. Man, it's trying to improve relations. Ugh. It's tough. Sure, let's just try it and see what happens. Because I can get that minus 15% consumer goods, that'd be great. Hold up, factors are multiplied together, not... Hold on, wait a second. Hold on a second here. You're telling me... Oh, wow. So they are multiplicative with one another. I mean, that's not a huge deal. Okay, Death of the Patriarch. Thousands gathered followed Patriarch Antony's funeral service in Moscow. He'd been popular among the faithful, uncompromising faith and wise beyond his years. Always prayed for the health of the Romanovs. To this day, it's made him many enemies over the years. His death was welcomed with relief in the Kremlin. His late patriarch became a firm opponent of Savinkov. Church Council elected the new patriarch. SZRS is lobbied for the support of the Metropolitan Sergei for Grodgorodsky of Nizhny Novgorod. Amicable to Savinkov's policies, willing to drop the overt monarchism so dear to the late patriarch. Sergei is opposed by the Metropolitan of Petrograd, Yosef Petrovich, who remains suspicious of the state's attempts to control the church, is more moderate and conciliatory than Anthony was. Spore has been censored or imprisoned for opposing Savinkov. Predictably, council caved into pressure from the authorities and elected Metropolitan Sergei as the new patriarch of all Rus. First sermon, Sergei declared the importance of cooperation between the church and authorities, that over political monarchism is not fit for a priest. Alright. Yeah, I think I have officially reached my limit of not reading out all these events anymore. I'm too tired for that. Preaching of Ali Kayayev, I'm a jurisprudence scholar. In terms of political power, I have no political power. A hitch in reforms. Hold on. Past Latin reforms see redistribution from nearly every social state. One has remained untouched. Military officers. They must surrender their land like everyone else. Yeah, I'll keep going. Concentrated. Flame spread to Dagestan. Whose Sharia is it anyway? Is my Navy just using fuel? Okay, I could probably get away with training my Air Force then. May as well go ahead and research that to keep buffing the... Oh, actually, am I using... Okay, I'm already using that for all my production anyways. So I am generating funds for that. Uh, 80k free. 2 civilian factories, let's go. Mountain rifles. Alright, reduce cost for Mountaineers Doctrine. Oh, what did I get? Do they accept? Yay! Oh, sweet. Oh, that frees up precious more factories. Alright, let's do... Uh, nuke research next. I could maybe start building one. It's just, man, I have so few factories. Like, we are so... I can't even imagine how bad are we in our factory disparity with Germany. Okay, Germany has a lot fewer military factories than I expected, but we have literally, like, a third the civilian factories of Germany, which is going to be a big problem. We gotta end the Vilnius Agreement. Oh, let's do efficiency cap. Uh, more excavation would be good. More military tech would be good. Everything would be good. More logistics companies would be good. Wait, what's high quality? Probably just want to do the production efficiency cap right now. How the heck does max speed work? Maybe that one. Or nuke research in the tech tree. I mean, the problem with the data is that it's 1940 tech, so yeah, I don't really want to spend the next 3 years of a research slot doing that. More troubles in Canada. Manchurian Curse. Alright, we're about to finish land reform. That who's an advisor I had previously? First step towards liberty. Basic law of the RDFR of 1922. Standoff in America. Did land reform. All right, what do we want? I could go ahead and increase funding. Well, if I go ahead and drop my mobilization, or increase my mobilization. Yeah, I should go ahead and ramp up my mobilization, I think. Also reduces that minus 30% penalty to what, 10%? Yeah. Ooh. The last free speech. Road to recovery. Go ahead, start investing in our naval doctrine. Our next priority, I gotta start lowering German influence. Because that's killing my civilian industry right now. I'm giving 17 factories to Germany. Fighting hasn't quite started yet. Oh god. Like modulate anger from the selection there. Probably just this one. Yep. There's that one. First project completed. Savinkov Constitution. Okay, so I gotta do. Yeah, I guess we'll support the USA proper. I mean, yeah, because the AUS. I think the AUS basically just does its own thing usually, but. Oh, minus 10% consumer goods factories would be really good. I guess that does mean, though, that because they're multiplicative. Go ahead, go to partial mobilization now, which is nice. Actually, do I have enough? I probably have enough light tanks to go ahead and get some Space Marines going. Make this division absolutely monstrous. They're my military police battalions. I should go ahead and do that focus. Alright, so how many divisions can I send him now? 6.
Жду приказа. Готов? Жду приказа.
Charles found its way in the hands of Peter Wrangel. How he came to the information is unclear. Highly possible Chief of Army commissioned the investigation himself using only military intelligence. As documents came to be, they do simply apply President Savikov's more direct involvement in the assassination of Chernov. Contradicts the official story.
Внимание!
My fleet Air Force stopped training. Okay.
Готов выдвигаться.
Okay, you know what? I'll remove if they're really having that much trouble getting the artillery. I don't need that much more artillery. Crisis on Danube. Hypothetically, I could send like 3 volunteers to Hungary and really mess with Austria. Which that'd be a little bit of a pain. I'd rather focus on just fighting here.
Так точно.
Okay, it's just taking a while for the equipment to arrive for those guys. Mobilization of the Pale Horse. American Kolchak. Increase army experience gain by plus 50%. Yeah, sure.
Готов.
Alright, these guys should be reinforced enough. What else do I need? Oh yeah, get some armor trains going. Political power gain, base stability. I really need base stability. Oh yeah, I get a ton of oil. Yeah, I need the oil badly. Playing 10-year issue. Yeah, let's get the building slots, and I'll just do support the military. Which also gives me weekly war support, which is really good. Where did they arrive? Oh, why would you guys arrive down here?
Так точно.
Sure. I could use the stability.
Я готов.
Alright. How much combat width do I get on this guy?
Я готов.
2 divisions might be able to enter the combat. Sweet, and these divisions can't pierce me. Oh, he's gonna have... Oh, this is gonna be bad time for him. This is gonna be a real bad time for him. Oh, these guys are gonna absolutely shred him.
Готов выдвигаться.
Yeah, well, did that increase? Dual capacity plus 100%. That'd be insane amounts of fuel capacity. How about aerial supremacy designer? Let's do heavy fighter, heavy fighter, heavy fighter, heavy fighter. Oh wow, these. Okay, you basically buff the crap out of your fighters. Kind of leaning towards that then. Yeah, we gotta go aerial supremacy then.
Я готов.
And the compromise. I care about the reduced consumer goods a lot more than the reduced the extra warfare facility. Oh, and it also reduces German economic influence. Yeah, let's do it.
Слушаю. Внимание. Стройсь. Так точно. Внимание. Готов выдвигаться. Готов. Выходим. Внимание. Внимание. Так точно.
Rising Sun.
Готов.
Alright, let's get that. Supply hub. Beautiful. If I'm careful here, actually,
Жду
I
приказа.
might be able
Готов выдвигаться.
bring my guys up, and we might be able to get an encirclement here. Actually, if we're gonna do this, I might want to do it like this.
Так точно. Так точно. Слушаю.
Okay.
Так точно. Готов? Готов?
I'll be able to pull off an encirclement here. Not that it matters as much, because his divisions aren't super good, but if I can encircle 4 divisions here, I am 100% going to encircle 4 divisions.
Выходим!
It'll be easier for me to just encircle 3 divisions.
Готов выдвигаться. Готов выдвигаться. Слушаю. Давай, давай! Смирно. Я готов. Внимание!
Alright, yeah, we gotta start pushing. Might be...
Внимание!
Getting these encirclements might not be as good as just straight up pushing him, pushing for Louisiana to capitulate him as quickly as possible. I feel like I'd rather want the 75 political power. If I want to put funds in it, I could just put funds in it by having things produce it, which honestly I might do anyways because I think it gives more production efficiency. Hooray for political power. Oh yeah! Got that in Kaiserreich, industrial companies can give you factory construction speed. It's kind of what I need. Yeah, none of these other ones are very good. I mean, soft attack plus 15% is pretty good, but more factories is better.
Готов. Так точно.
Yeah, let's get more resource extraction.
Я готов.
Yes, extra research slot time.
Готов. Выходим! Внимание! Готов? Готов? Готов! Я готов. Выходим!
I just need to open up more combat with on that guy. Yes. Oh yeah, I forgot I have to be doing more of this stuff.
Слушаю. Ройс!
You go ahead and try and get one division across the river if I can.
Выходим!
Peruvian president assassinated Kazakhs in crisis.
Так точно.
Circle that guy.
Выходим. Жду приказа.
Okay. Can we nab Baton Rouge? Yes, we can.
Слушаю. Смирно. Внимание. Так точно. Так точно. Я готов. Внимание.
Baton Rouge isn't a supply hub. This is the supply hub. Okay, fine.
Смирно. Выходим. Выходим. Готов.
I mean, how bad is the second AUS? Yeah, 50. Yeah, we're gonna have to take a lot of victory points, unfortunately.
Жду приказа. Выходим.
Foreign expertise flees. Flight of German cavalry for 140 days, and it had to happen sooner or later.
Мирно.
Let's see the Northern Volunteer Army. Alright, let's just keep pushing. Don't
Готов.
know. It's a little risky me having this division kind of go out on its own. In fact, I should bring these guys up to support.
Смирно.
But it looks like pretty safely grab a good number of victory points.
Готов.
My concern is, are we blocked with no... And we still have resupply from capital. I don't know why, but... do have that. I think we can get most of the...
Так точно. Смирно.
Trying to calculate machine. Oh yeah, sure, that'd give research speed. Italian Civil War.
Слушаю. Выходим. Готов выдвигаться. Смирно.
Oh, we can start doing mobile warfare. Do I want to wait until I can get a... I think I have to do one of the... Yeah, I have to do, like, Will of Victory to get the
Выходим.
guy for that. That's fine. Grab Birmingham. There goes Yucatan.
Выходим! Я готов! Готов? Зададим шару!
We can break those troops out.
Давай, давай!
Construction speed plus 7.5%? Absolutely.
Готов выдвигаться! Вперед!
Shoot.
Вперед! Внимание! Внимание! Выходим! Внимание!
Alright, now that guy... Oh, wait, no, he's not encircled. Dang it.
Слушаю!
Well, whatever. How much longer until they capitulate? It shouldn't be that much more. Maybe
Что приказано?
Birmingham, Atlanta, and Tallahassee will do it. I need to go ahead and do Will to Victory because I need to start getting my doctrine, and I like to do that a little bit more efficiently if I can.
Мирно!
Go ahead and get this guy across the river. Start producing armored trains. Yes. I have to research for computing machine. Yeah, let's go ahead and research railway artillery because we get a bunch of bonuses for it. So maybe I'll actually use railway artillery this time around.
Готов выдвигаться! Выходим! Выходим! Выходим!
24% Atlanta's got to be worth a good amount of victory points. He had 20. That'll hopefully do it. Oh god, these hardness bonuses are crazy. Well, I'll be able to make some insane tanks with that.
Внимание! 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 Выходим! Внимание!
There you go, AUS capitulated.
Стройсь!
Just in time, too. The CSA are
Что приказано?
pretty tough, as it turns out.
Точно!
Try and get our dudes across the river. Gotta go for air superiority. Actually, wait, no, shoot. Range might have actually been better for that. Oh, well.
Мирно!
Because range will give you,
Идем! Идем!
range lets you get more fighters in battle.
Стройсь!
Although my range is going to be so limited because of the armored fighters. Yeah, maybe it's no big
Готов
deal.
выдвигаться! Внимание!
Lucar in emergency.
Слушаю.
I think.
Верно. Брось. Я готов. Брось. Готов. Идем, идем. Так точно. Выходим. Я готов.
God, these divisions just melt them. Power of armor.
Слушаю. Внимание. Идем, идем. Готов выдвигаться. Так точно. Выходим. Так точно.
Farragonda Massacre. Oh, there goes Romania. Probably should have gotten more involved in that, but I was expecting the Belgrade Pact to perform so poorly there. I need... Who did I get for this? Mesner. Okay, so Mesner is the one.
Жду приказа. Внимание. Брось.
Troops might not actually be able to fight until, like, the actual war starts.
Брось.
I'm gonna guess this is gonna be driven by events. For now.
Так точно.
Shoot, that means if I'm gonna have a war, I really need to hopefully wrap more of this up.
Выходим. Брось.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that was just basically said, yep. Rebellion's a mess, guys.
Брось.
Who am I at war with? Yeah, I'm at war with all of them.
Готов.
No, because it's Kazakhstan, I can only...
Мирно. Я готов. Я готов.
Yeah, these guys have, like, no range. What do I need to do? I get the power projection from the Chinese gamble. Yeah, I kind of wonder if I wanted Bukhara to capitulate instead, because then I could have just gotten more, just annexed it, but I don't know. It's a Chiropact war. May as well finish out my industry focuses. Conductor's visit. I think Romania's got some problems right now. Oh, I guess I could be using these. Savinkov's memoirs. Oh, I guess I need him to root out resistance there. Yeah, attrition's gonna be rough. Problem is they have all that as resistance territory. MacArthur might still capitulate. Alright, where else can I build more factories? Ooh, I have tons of building slots there. And also there.
Так точно. Так точно. Эти снимы! Слушаю.
For the love of God, everybody please take that supply hub. Alright. Gotta go for flamethrower tanks.
Готов. Слушаю.
More dudes to attrition. So, I believe in HOI at least, you don't lose men to attrition, you only lose equipment to attrition. Um, Though I probably should double check that, but I think that's the case.
Так точно.
Yeah, because the big thing is that with attrition is that you're losing equipment, not so much manpower. Yeah, because my manpower isn't really changing all that much. It's mostly just replacing casualties. If I was taking attrition, I would have huge losses to my manpower right now. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of hard tech. I don't think infantry equipment. This isn't going to make my troops move at 6 kilometers per hour. I don't think.
Внимание!
Yeah, I mean, he honestly might capitulate before I get to him. Yeah, he's not doing too hot. If he loses Denver, I think he's done.
Внимание! Так точно!
It's doing.
Готов выдвигаться! Мирно! Готов!
The Moscow or the Belgrade Pact's having a bad time. I need to start going ahead and getting my land doctrine. Much as I would like to get the reduced cost, it's my political power. I just need my political power for other things. Oh, sweet, more civilian factories. Crew reports for the countryside. Yeah, sure, tractors for everyone. In terms of supply, we have no supply.
Я готов!
Yeah, Russian ship sunk off Sakhalin. I get my front lines to link up again. This would make drawing new front lines a lot easier. There we go.
Готов выдвигаться. До приказа. Готов выдвигаться. Продолжаем атаку! До приказа. Так точно. Готов.
These guys should all be encircled now, more or less.
Готов. Брось.
What?
Мирно.
Let's see, if I had to pick between any of these... Production efficiency cap is way better than reduced production output cost. Why would I pick production efficiency cap, production resource need? Oh, because of the design cost is more expensive. Who cares? Russians demand compensation. Okay, so we finished our economic focuses. Yeah, fall of Denver. Yep, there goes the USA, federal collapse. Again, it's all event driven. Does Bukhara have claims on any of this stuff? That's the problem, I don't know. I mean, I'll have the option to give it back to him. Again, pet peeve of HOI is events where it's like, hey, you'll get an event. What does the event do? You don't know. Let's give you the name of the event. Which, again, once you've played the game enough, or the mod enough, or given path enough, you'll know, but... Yeah. I guess, do I send volunteers to the PSA then? Nah, I can only send 3 volunteers to the PSA, unfortunately. White Sun of the Desert bypassed? Huh? Oh, because I just conquered it. Do I want to just annex them? Okay, they are actually just a puppet of me. So do we just set Bukhara up as our puppet then? That accommodation, are we feeling just taking a while? There's just so much stuff to do, which, like, yeah, it makes our country stronger, but man, this is a lot. I don't know, do I mean, the fact that they were capitulated makes me feel like I don't feel too bad if I just do an annexation. Yeah, I think I'll drop a save, but I think I'm just gonna annex them. Oh, what is it? Is it TD, but oh. Yeah, BUK, that's what I figured. I mean, if it's in volunteers, I can get a lot of XP. The question is, am I going to start just doing a lot of wars and have my volunteers constantly getting recalled? Yeah, so I'll probably just get through this. Oh, my fleet. Oh, my fuel was full. He'll exile the leadership. Yeah, that's the thing, is that if I was gonna give like Central Asia or most of like that territory to Bukhara, then I would get it, but otherwise it's like, okay. It also disables my ability to core everything else, I think. Like, yeah, you don't get. Yeah, it doesn't transfer territory to them. Maybe once you do the focus, you might get decisions to transfer it, but it should tell you that if that's going to be the case. Also, what's my balance of power? How's my balance on German trade influence? Okay, 4, so we're still giving them 10%. Okay, only 10% of civilian industry. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's what I would like to see. I do want to start going ahead and grabbing more. Remove the Kazakh emergency. XP. I can go ahead and cheese the. Actually, I might wait until I have the increased hardness for my armor tech, because with the increased hardness, there's something a little bit silly I could do. Alright, how many building slots? We got 7, 4 free building slots there, 7 free building slots there. Pretty soon start switching. I mean, Belt Creek can happen a little bit late, I feel. So I think I can delay building some military factories a little bit longer. Especially because I need to get it. Well, we're above 100 now, so. This reduced production cost. Speaking of which, I could probably just go ahead and try and sell some. I don't know who can buy my equipment on the market, but opposition wins. How are my garrisons doing? Ah, I see. Yeah, let me just duplicate this, I suppose. I'll use way less equipment. I'm not going to use anti-tank. I think I'd rather just take the dockyard. In terms of political power, I have no political power. I have logistics companies now, so if I brought... I probably want is just an 18 width division.
наши!
That guy can actually command a few more divisions.
Готов?
Yeah, Afghanistan doesn't have too many divisions. Dang, I need to remember not to accept those requests.
Я готов!
Oh man, I need 60 political power. Uh, oh shoot, I'm out of manpower.
Мирно! До приказа.
Yeah, let's hold a huge parade. Yep, basically. Yeah, I guess I can
Я готов.
as well. Can I build some airports? Alright, what else can we do? Do military engineering vehicles, because I think the vehicle engineers are good. End the program. Why can't I do this? I am aware I also don't have political power, so there's not anything I can do. Our current maximum... Oh, so it deploys both manpower and from the... I see, I see. Thought it used the work... Okay, that's just the cap for the number of workers I can deploy. Okay. Well, that would also explain how I lost a lot of manpower, because you only get 50,000 back. Okay. I just need more political power. More sports. I need political power to invade them. And I have no political power. Far Eastern Caucasus, when Elk Creek starts, Far Eastern Caucasus can revolt. Yeah, we'll have to work on that. Oh, there goes the Philippines. Is the one who rises up in the Caucasus. Okay, good to keep in mind. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Um, yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. Finish this wave of civilian factories and start building military factories. Nope, not doing that if they don't have any convoys. Uh, that one, I suppose, but man, my political power is rough. Extra political power modifier. Dominion of India is still fighting somehow. Okay. So now that I have that, what other things I can do? Yeah, make Garrus like take 96% hardness. I can even do for Kaiserreich, because Kaiserreich add the improvised turret. I can just do the improvised turret. The heavy machine gun. And I think that's it. Oh, cool. You can also add easy maintenance. Yeah, that one just tags your hardness too much. Design's too expensive. God, kidding me. Yeah, they are interesting games. Do I want the Toad Artillery? 30 soft attack. Yeah, you have 4 times the soft attack as you do breakthrough, so it's better to get a 5% soft attack multiplier than a 10% breakthrough multiplier. Alright, that's enough for me to actually design my tank now. Fall of Burgos, RIP Carlos. Oh, easy maintenance costs like 30 army XP, that's why. That's annoying. But whatever. Make that. I think these are the ones who can get extra. No, this is all design stuff. It won't give production capacity. Alright, just do that one. If I put 5 factories on that, I can start using light tank garrisons. And that will, with 96% hardness, they will take basically no damage, which is going to be really good. Also, I need to go to the bathroom again, because it's been like 2 or 3 hours since the last bathroom break. So I will BRB once again. Alright, I'm back. Ugh. Okay, yeah, that 1% recruitable population will help fix my manpower problem. Nope, the commune actually managed to fail. Move my tactical bombers into position. Alright, let's start building some military factories. Oh yeah, I also want to build in my oil producing states. Although wait, these guys have the resistance. Oh, that's right. So I want to hold off on that for now. Surprised to still have fuel with all that training going on. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the commune. Nope, not falling for that. They really need to fix the international market where if you're trying to buy convoys, it doesn't require convoys. Same deal with Lend-Lease. Like, how are you supposed to get convoys? Well, could be the entrance CSA. I'm surprised Canada didn't get involved. See what happens. First, I need manpower, though. Finest hour. That's Churchill's fanfic. Carlos Spain capitulated. Yeah, it looks. Actually, I don't know if CNTFAI will win or not. Plus 15% base stability is actually really good. Kills my political power, but I'm gonna get the manpower I need. Oh, there's that war I was expecting. One day I will have political power. One day. That day is not today. Okay, this would give me political power, though. Um... Yeah, my range on these guys is terrible. So more revolts for the Chiropact. Please bring Puppet Pool and give a bunch of land. Yeah, I mean, I'll see what I can give them, because Kaiserreich kind of dictates everything that what you can grant to people.
Готов?
I guess I'll just focus on the heavy armor on production, heavy protection tank designer, because that's pretty good. Artilization. Construction speed, man, this is going to give me more. Lower manpower is the problem, so I'd like to put that off.
Ройсь! Мы под огнем!
Oh, there we go.
Я готов!
Uh, experimental medium tanks, interesting. 102% hardness, let's go. Oh! Are there any other of these I want to do? Use conscription laws cost could be useful for me, save me a little bit of political power. Oh, plus 5% coordination and division speed. Yeah, we'll do this one. Yeah, essentially. Really need to get. I really want to get at least one of these eliminated. Alright, let's go ahead and finish up our fighter buffs, because we need to start making some heavy fighters as well. I'll worry about armored support vehicle later. Oh, great. Oh. Ooh. Actually. Now's a good time for me to actually do that, because this will save me a lot of XP. And don't let them use the improved light tank chassis. Don't let them use new equipment. I just hope that these things get... Wait, where's my garrison light tank? Did I forget to rename it? Alright, it's the T-20... Okay, I know. This has all the stuff on it. Guess I forgot to rename it. I'm going to name it the Garrison LT so I would remember that. There we go. Oh, like infantry actually get a suppression bonus, huh? Air attack you can usually get really high with cannons. I think air defense tends to be a little more difficult to get. So I think I will err on the side of air defense. Although conversely, if your air attack's bigger, that means you do more damage. If you can get higher air attack. But case in point. I don't have survivability studies yet. Even if you do like 2x heavy machine gun turrets. These are also giving you more air attack. So on a percent basis, you're going to get more air attack overall than air defense. So is squeezing out smaller stats? I think it's actually better to just go for higher air attack. 2-5. Oh yeah, yeah, we could do that. What places have 100% infrastructure? Ryazan does. Vodnik's all right. Popular anger is higher, so do that. Taxation of vodka. Uh, for one civilian factory, I think I need the stability. Oh yeah. Okay, I need the higher tier engines also. Why does everything cost political power? Oh hey, I could send some more of these guys out. Man, get extra building slots. Sure. Don't really need this anymore. Don't really need to utilize the army anymore. I really want those approved logistics companies. It's really nice. Alright. Probably gonna need more support equipment. More hardness. That's gonna be insane. I'm gonna have tanks, light tanks, with that much hardness. That's gonna be wild. Probably go ahead and research the... Oh, that'd be a little expensive, actually. Or I could just make a new tank, light tank design for right now. You know what I want to take? The existing one. 100% hardness. The thing is, I could go ahead and just make a primarily defensive tank. No point really doing cast armor, because no point above 100% hardness. I don't even think there's a point above 99% hardness. Yeah, it'd make a pretty solid tank for my... to use for my defense. Gonna need a lot of factories on that, though. Nope. I still want that to stay that, though. Coming revolution. Again, can't give that out. I don't want to... Oh yeah, recommission, there we go. Alright, clearly these are Space Marine volunteers. Complete reduced tank costs. Let's do that. What else do I need? I think I actually go ahead and just start doing atomic research. It's not that ahead of time anymore. Production research need an extra research bonus. Yeah, my 3% production output cost really isn't that much. Yeah, reduced mechanized cost also, like, this is gonna get wild. I need to research mechanized, actually. All of Alexandria. Oh, interesting. They're actually not doing great, but I guess they pulled off a naval invasion. Okay, so this is all artillery and tank destroyers and anti-air divisions, which I never use ever, so... It actually makes me wonder... Can I not produce the... Why does that give armor bonuses but you can't assign it to producing armor? Well, at least I almost have the light tank deficit fulfilled. And their casualties started to become much lower now that we have the light tanks. So that's good. Oh, I need to do Bostraza. Probably just more military factories at this point. Choose next research slot for nukes. Let's see. Offer for German businessmen. Gain civilian factories, and then I gain the political power that I can then use to then reduce the influence. Yeah, sure. Okay, so this is like my specific way of doing this. I could use the base stability. Oh shoot, I should do probably just aircrew surveys. Should have my medium soon. Then I could start building those guys. Bonus for recognize, let's go. Does this one not have... Oh yeah, the hardness comes later. Oops. Yeah, 75k manpower, sure. Let's get the air attack bonus for that one. Okay, I need to complete this one. Do I just want to put this on more tanks, more infantry equipment? It's my garrison LTs are still all getting used up. I wonder if I can actually I probably want to restrict these guys to specifically just the interwar variant. And I wonder if that'll update, because I wonder if part of the problem... Yeah, 96% hardness. Oh, up to 70%. Oh, man. Okay, so they did restrict. Okay, so the 96% hardness isn't nearly as important. I don't think there's a huge penalty, because reliability doesn't matter for garrisons as far as I know. But okay, they did limit it up to 70%. Okay. I guess that makes armored... Does that make armored cars viable now? Armored car, maxed out hardness, but a production cost of 8, you can still make a garrison light tank for even cheaper. Just the math just doesn't work out. I just make more defense light tanks, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this 18 with infantry. 18 with plus defensive light tank. I never have army XP when I need it. It's a little defense, but gain a ton of armor, some piercing, soft attack. Light usage goes up, but that's to be expected. Oh shoot, did that change all my divisions? Okay, that's unfortunate. Sure, you can eat equipment.
Так точно!
Guys, please just build like a convoy before trying to buy convoys from me. I got my... Okay, now I almost have my better fighters. Required garrisons minus 33%. But stability and resistance target minus 5%. Oh yeah, that is crazy good. Oh shoot, yeah. All states not so interested, but like Princely Federation, like all of India, yeah, sure. More construction speed, sure. I can afford it. Also, it's better for me to get him in the Moscow Accord because otherwise they'll join the. They could join the Reichspakt. Yeah, I mean, especially if I can. Can I request garrison support from them? LMAO, that's great. Alright, yeah, give me air superiority. Alright. So if I add more defense turrets, I can get a little bit more air attack and a little bit more. So, like, let's see how many more. I have 3 more slots. But man, increasing the engine makes it a lot more expensive. I think I'd rather just have more fighters. Oh shoot, I didn't read what that did. I didn't even mean to click it. I was trying to click and drag the event, but it just clicked it. Ugh. Well, you never make it through a Kaiserreich game without accidentally clicking somewhere right when an event pops up. Probably should go ahead and build an aerodynamics facility as well. Probably not going to get the increased heart attack and piercing because against the AI, that's almost never useful. Consumer goods factories minus 15%. Once I have the political power, but minus 15% consumer goods. I mean, where are my consumer goods at? That's pretty good. I think I'm going to have to go for this one. Yeah, popular anchor changes by 1. Yeah, let's do that. That plus 20% plus this plus 30% plus also, does this have a hardness bonus on it? Okay, only plus 2% hardness bonus though. Probably won't do that. But like this will let me get mechanized hardness insanely high. Which could get extremely silly extremely quickly. Hold on, wait. Oh. Brutal population justify war goal time. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Oh. There goes the war.
До приказа.
really hate that I can't do anything with these divisions.
Так точно. Так точно. Слушаю. Готов. Смирно. Я готов. Готов.
Oh, some extra planes right here. I never even noticed. Oh, those were probably volunteers, actually. Oh, and we need rubber. Blue Cart 12, thanks for following. Yeah, go ahead and get those. How many divisions does Germany have? That's not that many, actually. Alright, so we need to do the focuses to actually be able to join the war. I don't think we get a decision that just lets us hop in. Now we have to do the focuses. Political power plus 10%. Alright. Alright. That gives more hard attack and piercing. I'd rather get the soft attack, I think. Or would I just rather just max out air attack and make the AA cheaper? Making the AA cheaper probably is the best move, because the amount of soft attack you get from AA is pretty small. Yeah, you get a lot more heart attack, so actually if I was going to buff anything, I'd want to buff the heart attack. How much heart attack was that? Plus 100% heart attack, actually. That's not an insignificant amount of heart attack, really. Yeah, I think I'll do that. But I have a bunch of building slots over here. Wow. Still have the ability to add even more building slots. No, Finland did their very anti-German pact, so I don't think they'll join the pact. Failure of the Halifax Conference. Okay, I do not need nearly as many factories on guns anymore.
Choice.
I mean, extra breakthrough would be good, but I think I'll make some motorized divisions soon. I should have been researching. I mean, I could make another light tank. Now, this one will need high breakthrough. Actually, would it be easier for me to modify? $8 kilometers should allow it to be about as fast as the mechanized. Yeah. Yeah, with that. I don't know what increased size military will increase economic capacity surplus. I don't know what that means. Constantly be recommissioning those guys. There. I'm gonna change this guy to not use the offensive tank. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. Plus 40 HP. I'll put the support anti-air in for the time being. Go ahead, upgrade that and go ahead and put some extra reliability on it. Hooray for production efficiency cap. Ruble Living Confederation restored. Okay, unfulfilled import requests. Oh, come on. Shoot, the Netherlands are also... Okay, now Princely Federation doesn't have that much. Alright, I gotta start building synthetic refineries then, unfortunately. Helicopters? I do love helicopters. Let's go ahead and get radar. I don't know what happens to these other focuses once I do this, but Yeah, sure, we can get more reliability. What do you mean requires it? Oh, it builds from the bottom up. Okay. Oh shoot, I need to support anti-air and engineers in these divisions. I'd also go ahead and add the Death Battalion, because that gives a good bonus to defense, more so than anything else, really. Okay, so I can still do this stuff. Looks like it takes some penalties from, economic fallout. Yeah, I take that penalty for not completely removing the influence, so oops. Dragos, thank you for following. Hello. Okay, now I should be able to reorganize all my divisions under one big front line. Make big ol' line there. Yes, Princely Federation, you can absolutely join. Yeah, Russia just got reworked today, actually. So, big old difference, whole new focus tree, bunch of different paths. So many events. So many events. Been streaming for 6.5 hours and just now getting to the Weltkrieg, which granted, it's a little bit faster than I think it took me with the Germany rework. The Germany rework took me a long time. Ah, shoot. Well, this is why I had some divisions saved up. For just in case something like this was going to happen.
До приказа.
Whoops. I'm going to need this guy in a separate group because I don't want him to be on that front line.
Ройс.
Can't wait to see my very, very good PC for Christmas. Oh, yeah. I know that feeling.
Готов.
Especially with something like HOI, where you very much need a good PC. I think I'm going to improve some railway logistics. Ah, shoot, I always forget about. Can I fast deploy one of these guys?
Так точно. Выходим.
Not aggression pact with Japan, yeah, sure. Like your run, but at 12 FPS. Yeah, and it only gets worse late game. Probably just want infantry expert for right now. Looks like we're also running low on port equipment. That. Kaiserreich runs at 6 FPS. Yeah, it's rough. Alright, I need to prioritize more of those synthetic refineries so my oil is not just completely annihilated. Or, not my oil, my rubber. Oh, and I probably have my fleet stop training. Like, I can enable automatic split. Alright. IGF, and if you play HOI4, that's impossible. I know the feeling. It could be rough out there. German Empire's called Morocco. Going to bed. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Jeff. Yeah, this is gonna be a long one, honestly. I'll play for like a little bit. I doubt we're gonna wrap things up super quickly, but you know, we can try. We can dream. I mean, a lot of these, even with like pretty low-level tanks, a lot of these you can't get through. Guess what? If we capitulate Georgia quickly... Great Patriotic War. I guess the downside of having the Dominion of India is I can't do any seaport traps, but that's fine. So I should go ahead and grab this supply hub. That'd be helpful. There we go. Actually, I mean, I probably... If I just aggro this guy with everybody, I can probably just have one of these guys just walk around and grab all his victory points. Like, he doesn't have that many victory points. I doubt he has that many division. Well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. 5K. Yeah, we'll see how he does.
Готов. Мирно. Мирно. Целюсь. Мирно. Так точно. Жду приказа. Выходим! Так точно. Слушаю. Я готов.
Hooray!
Я
Cool.
готов.
Now I can move these guys actually back in there
Готов
and
повелитель.
redraw the Field Marshal front line again. Interesting that Austria hasn't hopped in yet. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. How did... Finland. How could you do this to me? Well, that's on me for thinking that the hyper anti-German
Жду приказа.
Finns would not join the war against me. Would not join Germany. Oh, it's fine. It's actually pretty easy to capitulate Finland based on our previous experience. Oh, you're killing me. Can I check what? So, Russia now starts with Savinkov in charge, so you have to deliberately have Savinkov cooed for him to take over. So, so yeah, I just kind of played blind to see if I would hit the resistance. One thing that's weird to me is so my party popularity, and you get a lot of decisions that force your party that you can do to like have increased popular anger. This is how you can get overthrown. Is if military anger or popular anger gets too high. But I was able to force my party popularity super low, and nothing bad happens, which seems like that should also be important. But hey, what do I know? I guess, shoot, I should probably take these 24 divisions. Well, these guys will be done soon, and I'll send them to help fight Finland, I guess. I mean, if I send half of them, like, to hold this river, or send, like, 4 divisions to hold that river here, what's it? 3 divisions. Like, 1,000,000,000 light tanks. I have these guys deliberately not using... I'm not using the offensive light tank. Oh. Nah, go ahead and reinforce with that. Honestly, some light tanks are better than no light tanks. Come on, guys. Finish training. Mongol.
точно. Я готов.
Check the Romanian focus tree. They lost their war, so I don't know how that impacted their focus tree. Yeah, I don't think they did a rework for Romania at all. It was mostly just Russia. I think like Russia and then like some breakaway states in Russia got some reworks.
Внимание!
I think it's a little bit more difficult in Kaiserreich because of so many interlocking diplomacy focuses. Plus, I think they have a general standard now for what they want focus trees to be. So, like for example, all the events here, it's just tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of events.
Внимание! Готов.
Is he supposed to pop up somewhere?
Я готов.
Alright, how we doing casualties? Georgia's main casualty. I mean, we did a lot of damage to Georgia. Which, where are they? Okay, apparently we did very little damage to Georgia. Ukraine, on the other hand, 37k. Yeah, so pretty solid casualties on that front. Guess I may as well deploy my tactical bombers up here. You know what? Just deploy it. Wings. What are these? Transport wings? I think these are strategic bomber wings. Don't need those guys. Probably idiots. Honestly, I didn't build anything over there, so I don't know. I'll probably get events if they march too far, but that's kind of a low priority. Can you form the Roman empires of papal states? I think you can form the... You can form the Kingdom of Rome. Which actually, funnily enough, is like a pseudo-historical thing that kind of happened in 1848 for a little bit. But yeah, I don't think if you form the Kingdom of Rome and Kaiserreich that you can do a oh yeah, the Entente's having a bad time. Yep. This is a fun thing with Finland, is they deploy all these divisions to take all your territory on those big fronts there, and then that leaves them completely vulnerable down here to get pushed.
Жду приказа. Идем, идем! Выходим!
Unfortunately, I wonder if they have an actual peace deal for Finland to, like, do a white peace.
Слушаю. Я готов. Жду приказа. Готов выдвигаться.
Oh, cool. Neat.
Внимание!
Let's see. Send that guy up there.
Внимание! Вытесним их! Выходим!
This is a supply hub.
Слушаю!
Troops to bear against these guys.
Выходим! Выходим!
What's going on here?
Внимание! Готов?
You gotta be kidding me.
Готов? Выходим! Готов выдвигаться. Жду приказа.
Well, at least we're popping helmets.
Я готов. Слушаю.
Actually, the Princely Federation might send troops to deal with the Far Eastern Army, which would be nice for me. I guess this is the problem of I can't capitulate Finland super quickly like I'm gonna have to actually fight them down to the ground.
Продолжаем атаку. Продолжаем атаку.
Move might actually be to just hold like down here and not have so many troops spread out, because then I'm gonna fall to the same.
Выходим. Отходим. Выходим. Выходим.
I think I'll play Age of History too. I've never heard of that game. Ugh.
Слушаю.
Alright, if I separate out just a couple of divisions, find where the supply, and of course there's like no supply anywhere. Form a line like there. Any troops he sends up there are gonna just crash pretty quickly from attrition.
Готов.
I need so much equipment. All Western March bonuses will be removed. Man,
Внимание.
alright, well I could probably pull off an encirclement here.
Выходим. Мирно. Мирно. Внимание. Выходим. Я готов. Готов.
Alright, cool, all these guys are encircled, so...
Слушаю. Выходим. Выходим. Мы под огнем. Выходим.
Why that guy doesn't have the multiple combat penalty, I don't know.
Брось. Целюсь.
Alright, that had to have been pretty bad for him. Yep, I'd say so.
Выходим!
I might actually be able to reach it in time.
Брось! Выходим!
Come on. Capture Minsk. This would explain why the war goes by so quickly, is because you either need to take stuff really quickly, or stuff gets really bad really quickly.
Я готов!
Oh. You know what? Let's just throw another group of divisions into it.
Так точно!
I know this will ruin my planning bonuses, but make my life a little bit easier. Have them advance cautiously, but let's have it go.
Готов выдвигаться! Выходим! Готов выдвигаться! Выходим! 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 Выходим!
Daily compliance gain. Probably need the war support, honestly.
Слушаю!
You guys can encircle these other guys here. This would be very helpful. Overran him. Works for me.
Выходим! Готов выдвигаться! Готов!
Oh, I'm out of manpower. Well, that's a problem.
Внимание! Выходим!
Oh, hey, cool. Domain of India is actually Or the Princely Federation, rather, is actually covering our front for us. Thanks, bro. uh... Port equipment's killing us. Can't get any rubber. You gotta be kidding me.
Готов выдвигаться.
Guess I shouldn't be too surprised by that, actually.
Точно.
Yeah, plus 60% political power. Let's go.
Я готов. Брось.
Yeah, I could take like positions from here.
Внимание.
Do I want to put him on top of these guys here? exacerbate the field marshal's issues.
Внимание! Слушаю. Я
Really,
готов.
do I just not need these guys? Yeah, I'm tempted to err on the side of actually I just need the manpower for these guys to support pushing with my other divisions. And not drain me of equipment.
Готов выдвигаться. Слушаю. Выходим.
Production output cost, why not? Better military police would be really helpful.
Готов выдвигаться.
If I reallocate the fighters here, I can get a little bit of air superiority.
Брось. Выходим. Верно. Выходим.
It's so bad at attacking. And part of it's nighttime.
Готов выдвигаться.
I mean, okay, they're short their tanks. Okay, most of it's gotta be they're short their tanks. I may as well take a lot of production off of fighters, actually, on account of I have no rubber. Monthly population plus 20%? Cool.
Слушаю.
And the offense light tank should be pretty good. The armor on the division is very high. Oh, and I'm also actually short. One more mechanized to fill out 18 with. Do you pierce the division, the armor on these divisions? Yeah, that's another part of the problem. King Edward was captured? Oof.
Целюсь. Готов. Внимание!
Like, okay, it's gotta be just that I'm hurting for tanks so much.
Готов выдвигаться. Строй! Смирно! Слушаю.
Producing 6 per day, it takes too long to produce new tanks.
Я готов.
Okay, so once we get enough tanks, we do get like the positive armor bonus.
Жду приказа.
What are my Western March bonuses? If it's just division speed and division attack, that's not a huge
Жду
deal.
приказа. Внимание!
Let's try again with these guys. The thing is, they should be doing very little damage because the hardness of that division is so high.
Не стоим, идем!
And part of the problem is low combat experience does give us an attack malice, but okay, weather's also bad for us right now.
Брать дистанцию.
Let's see, Hoy. Thank you, Bard. Yeah, unfortunately, we were having a hell of a time because this time we're the ones who have to break through, and breaking through is hard. Iran? Are you kidding me? Are they just manually justifying? They probably have a focus. uh, First square is choose the winning strategy and turtle behind increasingly bomb fortifications until your country collapses. I think big thing is that, I don't know, I thought light tanks would work better than they seem to be. I mean, I guess he's only got a level 1 fort here. I guess they should have these guys attack again and get their XP up because they're about to cross over into having the extra XP bonus. Well, more so they won't have the malice anymore. Better logistics would be great. Okay, well, it looks like India will maybe cover the front with Iran.
Жду приказа. Внимание! Войск!
So I think my big mistake, Bard, this time around. Oh, for all, first of all, let me do this one. The big problem is that I opted for. Well, first of all, I actually have no idea which light tanks. I think these guys, a lot of them are using my garbage garrison light tank. But I designed this defensive light tank. Or is it? This guy. So it's designed to have more defense than breakthrough. It has a ton of armor also. This is the main thing I'm trying to run in my divisions, but I think having this, like, motley assortment of tanks is causing issues. Alright. What we're going to do... Light tank garrison will still only use the garrison light tanks. These guys, I'm going to let them use every light tank. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a better light tank design. I think soft attack matters more. Alright. Problem with this guy, trying to make it fast. Fast doesn't matter as much, really. Doesn't really matter at all. I'd rather have stats than pushing, so... Alright. Guy will be expensive, but it'll be a much better tank. Keep recommissioning that guy so I don't have to keep complaining about that, but... We're gonna switch all those guys over to these. And it is my hope those tanks are a lot better. What I have to go see is... Alright, yeah, thanks for tuning in, Dragos. The problem with SPA variants is SPA variants have very little hardness. Well, they don't have very little hardness. They have half the hardness of regular light tanks, and I prefer to just have the extra hardness rather than, like, the... Well, like a plus 20 or plus... Oh, there's that war. Plus 20, so increase to, not a huge increase to, It's not a huge increase to soft attack you're getting for the big stat malices to both armor and hardness, I feel. But that's just me. Not for the love. Get that these guys have entrenchment, but this is kind of ridiculous. The heck happened here? Italian Republic. Okay, Italian Republic joined the Reichspakt. Okay. Praise the Luna's holy knowledge. Yeah. The big thing that's just causing me problems is that, like, I've never done this I mean, this rework literally came out today, so I didn't know that Iran and Mongolia and a Far Eastern coup and Finland, even when Finland goes the anti-German path, will all end up declaring war on you. Or the catch, she's like, 100k, so not too bad for me. 350k against Ukraine, very little against Trivia. 65k against Poland, 4k against Germany, very little against Germany. And then Georgia, well, Georgia actually didn't take that many casualties from us. It took 16k casualties. Just not sure. Earl Browder named president. Oh yeah, I could go to war economy. Oh shoot, I need to do synthetic rubber because I have no rubber.
Так точно.
I have to wonder, like, does he just have big divisions and just have a ton of artillery in his divisions? Actually, I mean, that's the thing. I built these divisions for defense, not for attack, because that's the problem, that you're not on the defensive playing as Russia in this one. You need to push. So I should have made more divisions designed for pushing. Oh well.
Я готов. Смирно.
I guess if I just have these divisions endlessly throw themselves at his positions, they'll eventually level up. Yep. In terms of rubber, we have no rubber. Okay, now it seems like the tanks are doing a little bit better. Probably still just build mill. I need to build more synthetic refineries wherever I have building slots for them. Because I am in desperate need of more rubber.
Смирно. Мирно. Готов выдвигаться. Выходим!
Alright, now that's more what I expect. Okay. Now I might be able to get a little...
Внимание!
do a little something something.
Выходим! Готов! Брось! Выходим! Внимание!
Lock those guys up.
Выходим!
Come on. Alright, well, that was worth a shot.
Смирно! Выходим!
I'll just have to methodically push him. That's fine.
Внимание! Выходим! Готов? Целюсь!
Oh, well, I guess it shouldn't be super wintry right now.
Внимание! Выходим! Идем! Я готов! Эти снимы! Выходим! 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 Так точно! Выходим! Выходим!
Okay, I need to be less intimidated by a soft attack number, because in reality, you really can't do much. To me, because it's this hard attack that's doing most of its damage. So my divisions could stay in combat for a long time. Use this for anything is the thing. I guess I care for like my mechanized or produced with produced with NAS. I mean, the reduced production resource need is good. Oh, cool, now I don't need to import from Liberia or Siam. Alright, let's get that supply hub.
Так точно!
Oh, field hospital, trickleback war sword protection, and reduced XP loss. Not that I really used them, that's pretty good.
слушаю.
Give me that thing or supply hub. Okay, well, he is pushing Iran, so that's good. What was this war end? Just Germany? Okay, just Germany and Austria need to be capitulated. Easy peasy. Yeah, give me better logistics. I got both branch specializations, I think so. But probably safe to go ahead and get Marines. Nope. Oh, there it is.
Говорим жару!
Hooray!
Внимание! Брось! Смирно!
Kaiserreich second is dead. Oh, I should research better light tanks, actually.
Готов выдвигаться. Внимание! Я готов!
Yeah, things are pretty stable on the Western Front.
Внимание!
Rank.
Так точно! Я готов!
More rubber. Actually good. Never want to be reliant. For imports if you can avoid it. Alright. Probably encircle those guys down there next.
Я готов. Тройсь.
In terms of supply, we have no supply.
Выходим.
Pavel. Sure, he deserved our respect. 0% popularity. My government is perfectly stable. Alright, never mind. We just gotta take the supply hub. Well, naval base, but same deal.
Так точно. Выходим. Выходим. Смирно. Готов выдвигаться. Вперед! Внимание!
Great tactical push is always the rockets to see someone microing with light tanks. When there's good army intel, know what kind of divisions you're facing. Part of the time, it's just question marks. Yeah, which reminds me, I should probably just go ahead and do, like, army department. I think that'll give me a little bit more passive intelligence on these guys.
Идем, идем!
Alright, now that we've got that, we should be getting some supply, so now I can... If I could push through to Odessa, we could get... Okay, that's a lot of divisions. Now we're on the verge of getting a supply hub there. Getting across that river is going to be annoying, though. Downside of using the light tanks and mechanized.
Выходим. Слушаю. Жду приказа.
The other thing is, as these guys level up, they're going to get pretty wild with their, once they start getting... I mean, they already have a plus 25% combat modifier, and that's just going to get higher.
Готов выдвигаться.
the supply hub. It'd be big to get both the supply hub and push across the river here. Yes. Here, these guys are covering the railway.
Готов выдвигаться.
Alright, looks like we've more or less fixed our support equipment issue.
Готов выдвигаться.
Cautiously attack, guys, and see how that goes.
Внимание!
Yeah, my light tanks come in and bring in some muscle as needed. Oh yeah, that's a lot of resistance. Okay, but we're only losing like 17k to garrison attacks. That's not too bad. Extra recruitable population, absolutely. And we finished our land doctrine without ever getting our advisor. Cool. Sadly, I must head to bed. It was great seeing you online, Olino. Thanks for tuning in, Bart. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to go to bed here soon. I have been streaming for like 8 hours. So, you know, that's a while. Romania's just... Oh, I didn't realize Romania wasn't in the war. That means all these guys can be encircled if I can grab Odessa.
Я готов. Жду приказа. Эти снимы! Готов выдвигаться.
Oh, Germany just doesn't really have an air force, okay. That kind of broke my front line there. But now I'm tempted to just have these guys on aggro then with how successfully we pushed. Oh no. Do I have... Okay, I have U-14. Actually, if I go ahead and deploy more tanks here...
Готов. Жду приказа.
Ah, shoot.
Внимание! Мирно! Готов выдвигаться. Жду приказа.
There we go. So the way you capitulate the Baltic state won't be much longer for this world. Pushing into Austria now.
Продолжаем атаку! Ройс!
Yeah, front line got a little messed up, probably from the capitulation.
Идет легион! Выходим! Выходим! Внимание! Выходим! Внимание! Ройс! Так точно!
Baltic state capitulated.
Слушаю!
Alright, starting to get in trouble with rubber again. Um... More fighters? Guess I could reduce my trade law. Yeah. I mean, how much am I even exporting? Presumably exporting no oil, I was exporting aluminum, and I was exporting rubber, but you know what? I need those. So, give it to me. I think I will just plan on building more synthetic refineries right now. Kind of reaching our limit on what I really need more production for. Yeah, all our supplies are pretty solid. Occasional fighter wing, occasional close air support wing. New tank time. So, I think we're actually going to go the autocannon because I don't think we need the piercing. He's not really building tanks. Alright, why do 13 armor is a little excessive. I would like to keep at least 8 kilometers an hour, I think. Alright, I think I am going to block these guys from using the garrison light tank again. Because they really shouldn't be using that tank. It's not very good.
Смирно! Выходим!
Extra research speed would be nice, but I gotta go to war economy. Let's see. Honestly, okay, so since this reset my production efficiency for everything, I'm just going to combine the lines now, because it makes my life a little bit easier. The H-cities during the Reichspakt, that's a bold strategy at this point.
Я готов!
See if we can push to Berlin before the Third International can. I don't think we can do it.
Так, точно!
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
Выходим! Зададим жару!
Create a mechanized variant. Fall of Vienna. Fall of Berlin. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. Didn't get a chance to check the casualty report, but oh well. Okay. Do I now get to take territory from Germany? Well, whatever. Let me first grab the fleets. And then, sure, I'll let France annex Wallonia in the Netherlands. And then I'll have the Union of Britain annex Ireland. Oh, let's see, what other territories? Curacao, San Martin. Why not? Why shouldn't I have them? I mean, neither the commune. Well, the commune maybe has a little bit more of a ability to project power with the navy, but since they're overseas anyways, I think I can easily justify taking them for myself. So I guess the Reichspakt disbanded, but I'm still at war with Germany, so that's weird. There we go. Might as well have Italy be the dividing line, I think. Sure, because they did basically take Italy themselves. Oh, I take it the fleets are gonna suck.
Мирно! Мирно! Внимание! Готов выдвигаться!
Alright, I'm gonna lose a bunch of those facilities, so I don't really want to mess with any of that stuff right now. There we go. Alright, they're giving the Commune of France a lot more war score. So I guess I'll give them more of Germany. Okay, taking the fleet's gonna take forever. But I might do, because I don't think Denmark got in the war, I might go ahead and transfer some territory to Denmark, potentially, and see if they'll keep it. Yeah. I'm curious what Denmark will actually do with this territory. Well, I guess I should have given it to me and then transferred it, but whatever.
Я готов.
Alright. All our troops can just reorganize here before I figure out what the heck we're doing about Mongolia and Iran.
Ройс.
Guess the tanks should be sent over there. Ukraine and Flames war may be over, but the fight goes on. One more fight. Oh, Finland's still a thing also. I guess Spain didn't join a faction.
Слушаю. Внимание. Брось. Так точно.
Finally doing a naval focus.
Я готов.
Wait, Manstein is in the German general? What? I swear, Finland. It just doesn't. It never makes sense in vanilla or Kaiserreich because of the way the wars go. Oh, whatever.
Зададим жару. Готов подвигаться.
I actually can't go to war economy because I'm too strong relative to my opponents now. requires skilled staffer. And wait, I do have a skilled staffer though. Or does this guy already have a officer corps role? I use it as an advisor doing something else. Head of staff, Intel Network. Great. Oh well. Greece is preparing to declare war on us. Greece. Okay. Back here for a long time again, you should cover the Fire Rises mod. I might look into it. German government in exile. Oh. Sure. I think, alright, it's pretty late. I think we're just gonna call it here. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna, oh, just got the fate of Poland. Okay, I was actually curious. The fate of the fate of Serbia, I see. This Trent. Oh, Kosovo. Got a free Russian army. Liberate a Bosnian state. Sure. I should have given this to Greece, actually. I guess if they declare war on me, it won't matter too much, but I hate having that disconnected bit. Big Poland. Although I gotta say, I do not love the way Vilnius actually looks for Poland. That's a big Poland. How? What Germany? What Germany's doing what? How did I wait? How did I annex Greece? What? Oh, oops. My bad. Okay, I think that's what we're gonna call it because it is pretty late. We've played it quite a bit. Um, I'm pretty tired. So I'll save this one for posterity, but I don't know how much we're gonna come back to this one because I really, really don't want to fight a war in Siberia again. But we'll see. I'll save for posterity. And yeah, with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and log off for tonight. Thanks everybody for hanging out. It was a pretty mighty stream, about a 9-hour stream almost. And yeah, I am done. So I will see you all next time. Bye.